on a boat out there. I know now is the time not to be on a boat, but Alex, it's kind of this eerie feeling when you stop and kind of think about, like, that ocean goes on and on and on and on, of course, eventually making its way over into Europe and Africa and whatnot. But I don't know, it can be a little creepy sometimes when you think about just how desolate it is out on the ocean with waves like this.
Dude, I don't mess with the ocean. The ocean's a weird place. I don't want to know. I don't know what secrets. I think the Atlantic's weird. The Pacific's the one I don't trust, though. It's too deep.
I can get on board with that, Alex. I can get on board with that.
Right? Venice is crying. Venice is dying right now. Yeah. But it's true. Like, like the Atlantic's weird. I don't trust the Pacific. So that's the one I'm keeping my eyes on.
I think we need a T-shirt with that on it for you, Alex.
Yeah. Yeah. I would like that. I would wear it. You got thoughts, Bettis? You want to jump in? I feel like
well, I mean, you know, on the beach,
funny to me that like the Pacific is deep and the Atlantic is shallow.
Well, I didn't say it's shallow. I didn't say it's shallow.
You just don't want to be in the Mariana Trench, is what you're saying.
Yeah. No, I just feel like I don't know. The Pacific's also colder, so like I don't know. There's just I don't trust the Pacific. If there's one I'm not going to mess with.
Thoughts, but I think Alex just took the cake. I really thought I was the one with weird thoughts, but sorry, Alex, you get the gold medal for this one.
All good. I've thought about it. I have. Like, if I encounter one of the oceans in a dark alley, I don't want to see the Pacific. So.
At least I have an excuse for my weird thoughts. I've been in the field, drenched, you know, tired, all around.
No, I had a warm meal. I'm just a weird person. So, so you're good.
And that's why we love you.
You're fine. That is nothing else?
No,
oh, Dr. Knapp,
I would say that you did not stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
I did not. No, I did not. Dr. Knapp, you lived in Hawaii. You were surrounded by the Pacific.
I like the Pacific.
I don't trust the Atlantic or the Pacific.
No, that's
you
true.
don't trust the ocean. Oceans are not trustworthy at all.
That's true.
You don't turn your back on the ocean. You don't get into the water in days like this. I mean, the ocean's bad news.
Is there one you trust less?
No.
No, okay.
They're all untrustworthy.
Okay, all right. I feel like, again, between the two, Pacific.
South Ocean right now is like, what about me?
Yeah, oh no, I don't even want to know what happens there. That's where like the weird fish are. There's there's some things going down there. Anyway, let's get you back to the weather that I'm supposed to be doing. But she got me on a tangent. She started thinking her weird thoughts, so I was like, all right, well, you want weird thoughts? Here you go. We've got heavy rain, some tornado warnings into parts of North Carolina and South Carolina. It's North Carolina, though, under the tornado warnings. We've got 2 right now. We're going to continue to watch that into tomorrow as well. Onslow County, Surf City, north of there, into and across Highway 17. So this is that stretch that runs from eastern North Carolina all the way down through the Myrtle Beach area. We've got that tornado warning. Now we've got an area in Sampson County, Garland and Harrells. You're under the warning. This storm going to be crossing over Highway 701. These tropical tornadoes, they're not uncommon, especially in that right front quadrant. We can see these usually on the weaker side. They're with these systems as they move onshore, especially when you get that frictional component. Again, usually weak and short-lived, but hey, we saw what Beryl did. We had an EF3 into, what was it, I think Indiana last month with the with that storm moving onshore. There's the possible zone today. So Torcon is 2, but we've got the warnings. Tomorrow we've got a Torcon of 3, little better chance of severe weather. This gets us into parts of Virginia and North Carolina. So all the way up towards north of the Richmond area, closing in on Charlottesville. Torcon of 3 would indicate at least an isolated chance of a tornado. There we go. Future radar showing the heavy rain, the thunderstorms. They'll continue overnight and through all tomorrow.
Geico can help when you're locked out with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Dad, you don't have to make this so tough on yourself. Geico is sending someone to unlock our car right now.
Yeah, but where's the fun of that?
Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Here are your keys.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The #1 thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
The power to blow minds. Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
Sometimes a good workout comes in the form of 5th grade fractions. Get up to 25% off activewear during the really big active sale. And earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
There is nothing like a Wendy's Frosty. It's cool. It's creamy. It's only $1 right now. Wait, what? The one and only Frosty is $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
How am I gonna find a doctor when I'm hallucinating?
What about ZocDoc?
So many options.
Yeah, and Dr. She-chan even takes your sketchy insurance. She-chan.
You've got more options than you know. Book now.
Always dry scoop before you run.
Listen to me. The hot dog diet got me shredded.
It's time we listen to science. One A Day is formulated with key nutrients to support whole body health. One A Day, science that matters.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer attacks and relieve your asthma symptoms. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions may occur and can be serious. Rash or eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tespire today.
NetCredit is here to say yes to a personal loan or line of credit, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. Go to netcredit.com. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
I'm always shopping The RealReal. They drop over 10,000 new arrivals every day.
Gucci, Rolex,
Prada,
Louis Vuitton,
Hermes, Cartier, Tiffany.
Up to 90% off retail. Endless luxury. The RealReal. Shop now and get 20% off at TheRealReal.com. Terms apply.
Dangerous weather can happen anytime, anywhere. I'm Ken Graham, Director of the National Weather Service. We work alongside weather providers like the Weather Channel, our partners, to deliver critical weather information to keep you safe.
But complete weather safety starts with you. First, create an emergency plan. Next, practice that plan with your family and friends. And finally, stay alert for weather threats.
When we prepare together,
we can weather any storm.
And welcome back into the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Now that the rain has tapered off for a little bit, it'll come back. So don't think that this storm is over for you here. We are now on the beach to kind of show you around what has been happening on the beach. Obviously, the double flags here, double red flags, no swimming. And we have the dunes and the seagrass and the palm trees all leaning onshore because we have that east wind that is coming in here on the beach. And of course, light rain has just started again for us. And that's how it's been on and off. And I want to show you, and I know, Lauren, the water's going to get into the lens of my photog. She's not going to be thrilled with this shot that I want to get here, but I want to show you how we kind of see in the beginnings, guys, of some erosion. I mean, we don't see the huge cliff eaten away, but quite a drop off here. The beach was quite wide yesterday when we were out here, so all that wave action has eaten away at some of the beach. Obviously, we're at lower tide because I can walk out quite a ways. I was not able to walk out this far earlier. We had huge beach run up, and so notice that we do have quite a little bit of erosion. It's not terrible like huge cliffs, but we do have some. And by the way, I'm going to teach everyone a little word for you that you might not know of. It's called bathymetry. And the bathymetry is the slope of the sand or the land, however you want to think about it, going off out into the ocean. And so if you can imagine underneath the water, it would have this slope going out into the ocean. That's called the bathymetry. And one of the reasons you can get bigger surge when you have a slope that looks like this, if you did, we have it like in the Gulf, think about the big surge we get there, is because the waves can really pile up. Where if you go off, say, Miami, Dr. Nab, as you well know, being from the Hurricane Center, it really falls off quickly off the coast of Miami. So yes, you can get surge, but those surge-prone areas we think about in the Gulf with that more gentle slope going off under the water.
Yeah, thank you so much for showing us how that really works at the coastline, Steffi. There's a lot going on underneath the surface of the water that we have to understand in order to forecast storm surge and coastal flooding. Now, the only good thing about Debby is that its wind field is not configured in such a way to produce really high storm surge. I mean, we are going to get a couple feet of coastal flooding, especially around the times of high astronomical tide later tonight. But the main problem with the onshore flow is going to be the rip currents, the high surf, and the inability for rainwater to drain off the land because that onshore flow is pushing things in the other direction. Now, this main band here off to the northeast of the circulation center is where the heaviest rain and the strongest winds are. And this band goes all the way around to the northwestern side near where I-26 and I-95 connect. So we got the tropical storm force winds in this band, and if you go closer in here, this band that's gone over North Myrtle Beach has had gusts over 40 miles an hour with lightning in this outer band and stretching into Conway, and this is where the heaviest rain has been, so this is where we've got the flood advisory for Myrtle Beach and North Myrtle Beach until 4:30. Follow that same band around. Here's where I-95 and I-26 connect. Holly Hill up to Manning, a flood advisory till 4:15. These areas are going to be the biggest problems, and we've still got rain and remaining water on the ground in the Charleston area. But this is the zone where we're going to have the greatest risk of significant flash flooding as that northern part of the circulation really starts to fill in and rain heavily tonight, tomorrow night into Friday morning, Mike.
And then the storm, Friday into Saturday now starts to push its way farther north, starts to accelerate, though. That's probably a good thing, though. These slow-moving storms can be so dangerous. We're going to push this thing along, though. I would say this, though. The storm's going to come a couple of days from now, but there are some places that are already reeling across the Ohio Valley and the Northeast because of the storms we had yesterday, including tornadoes that were touching down in Ohio. We still have about 337,000 customers without power, a lot of those in Cuyahoga County, right there in Cleveland. Now, these numbers are down from the peak, which was closer to 470,000. We also have some power outages around Philadelphia, so getting storms into these locations would not be beneficial. The weather's significantly better today, although I still say you're going to get some storms here in around Philadelphia. Heavy rain has fallen here. A lot of places, 3 to 5 inches of rain. So now with Debby coming in, we're at least going to keep an eye on the risk for some flash flooding. There's the track of it. Again, accelerating now, so picking up some speed, and so it'll last a lot shorter time than it has in the southeast, maybe helping reduce our risk for the really significant flooding. It's going to get picked up eventually by the jet stream and then force its way up into Canada. It's going to shear the thing all completely apart and then line out and push its way off the coast going into Saturday morning. Some scattered showers for us here this afternoon. Heavier rain comes in for us late tomorrow and especially into Friday. There's the rain in Pennsylvania and New York, and then gone by the time you wake up Saturday morning.
I'm lucky. I found the one thing that I was put on this earth to do. And every day, as I inch one step closer to my vision, it reminds me that making it in life is all about the making.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event, get $3,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. See your local Ram dealer today.
Asthma. It can make you miss out on those epic hikes with friends. Step back out there with Fasenra. Fasenra is an add-on treatment for eosinophilic asthma that is taken once every 8 weeks. Fasenra helps prevent asthma attacks. Most patients did not have an attack in the first year. Fasenra is proven to help you breathe better so you can get back to doing day-to-day activities. And Fasenra helps lower the use of oral steroids. Fasenra is not for sudden breathing problems or other eosinophilic conditions. Allergic reactions may occur. Don't stop your asthma treatments without talking with your doctor. Tell your doctor if your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. Get back to better breathing. Get back to what you've missed. Ask your doctor about Fasenra, the only asthma treatment taken once every 8 weeks. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Here we go. Consumer Cellular uses the same towers as Big Wireless, but then passes the savings on to you. Save your money for something else. Speaking of, I ordered us some Thai food. For unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage starting at just $20, call Consumer Cellular.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging. It started making some really weird noises. The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission? It's an exhaust leak. Broken axle.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
I had a seat sensor that went out, $1,400. Endurance paid it.
We got a brand new transmission, and we never seen the repair bill.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
If I didn't have Endurance, I would have paid over $7,000 out of pocket to repair my vehicle.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
One claim alone saved me more than $4,000.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee, but you have to act now.
Call 1-800-683-9346. That's 1-800-683-9346.
A promise is a trust not to be broken, whether spoken with an oath or sealed with a pinky. And after 100 years, we're still taking care of the military community and their families. That's our mission, always.
All right, it's been 2 days since Debby made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane in Florida. One of the main obstacles lingering behind are inches and inches of floodwater, in some places feet of floodwater. How about this neighborhood in Parrish, Florida? Yesterday, it prompted some water rescues because of stranded drivers. So last thing you'd want to do is now drive yourself into danger when you see flooded roadways.
Yeah, scary stuff, and we're still watching and monitoring that potential. Parts of North Carolina could be looking at another half-foot plus. That would also include northeast parts of South Carolina. Some heavy rain still on the way for Myrtle Beach. And then, Mike, there's the severe threat. But yeah, water rescues, unfortunately, we've already seen some. Do not drive over flooded roadways. There's the severe threat today and tomorrow.
All right, so tour count of 3 for you. That's going to go through eastern North Carolina, up into Virginia. Could, be a place like Danville, up toward Richmond, as the storm now is going to push its way northbound and finally start to pick up some forward speed. We got to get through today. But tomorrow we should start to see an acceleration to the north, and especially then on Friday.
Yeah, we've got the severe weather right now. Tornado warning into the state of North Carolina. The other one was dropped, but the risk will continue through the rest of today. Closer look at this one. It is right at the intersection of 50 and 53 for Pender County until 3:15. So these are usually quick moving, usually on the weaker side, but if you are in the area, you need to seek shelter.
Yeah, Duplin also on the northern side of that as well. So that's where it's going to move into. That's why we've extended the warning in that direction. You can see where the couplet is right in there is where the rotation is, right along 50 and coming northwestbound here. So it's following along with the trajectory of the rain bands.
Yeah, so you look at the radar and you might think like, oh, okay, it's probably moving to the east, but no, it's actually going to be moving back up towards I-40, Rose Hill, Pinhook up next, and then Scholar's Crossroads and Sloan beyond that. 40 not in the warning now, but obviously got to watch should that be extended.
Absolutely. So this is going to be a risk that we see with these outer bands. We've seen it every day, prior to landfall and up to now. So these bands around Myrtle Beach mean some heavy rain as well. But what about what's the deal with some of these outer bands? Mostly associated with supercells, tornadoes, tropical tornadoes. They occur as the system comes on shore here. Many are weak and short-lived, as you were talking about. They may last some of them may last just seconds.
Right, yeah. Sometimes they are quick spin-ups. Those videos that we've showed you of the tornadoes that we've seen out of this one, again, almost a blink and you miss it, but they can do a lot of damage even in just those few seconds. Land interaction with these tropical systems plays a role. So that's why at landfall, especially on that right front quadrant, we usually see that. Today, there's the zone where we are seeing the warnings. Tomorrow, little better chance.
Yeah, Jacksonville, North Carolina, Goldsboro, straight northbound from there. So anticipate the chance, at least, of some extreme winds and some tornadoes. You were talking about how they can be brief. We showed video on the show, and we'll show it to you again. Literally pickup trucks being lofted into the sky and then put right back down. So think about how much wind force it takes to pick up a truck.
Yeah, and let's be real. You know, tomorrow, even outside the tornado warnings, we're going to see gusts 40, 50 miles an hour possible. So that could lead to some localized damage. I think down trees, down power lines, even outside of severe weather tomorrow will be a real risk.
All right, so, you know, we've been tracking this for days, Dr. Nab. Past several days, we've had the landfall. We're still dealing with Debby. It's going to be around for a while, too.
Yeah, and for multiple reasons, in South Carolina and North Carolina, we're going to want to stay off the roads tonight and tomorrow as much as possible, not only because of the severe weather risk that Mike and Alex just described, but because in North Carolina tomorrow night, an increasing risk of significant rain-induced flash flooding. Some of you could get more than a foot of rainfall locally, but a lot of us are going to get half a foot to a foot, and it's going to be daytime and nighttime. And flooding is always even more dangerous at night. Now, it's going to take a couple days for Debby to get on out of here because it's still stuck between a couple of subtropical ridges, one here over the continent and one here over the Atlantic. This Canadian trough is what's going to swing down and bring Debby northward and produce the weather up in the northeast. So there's the ridge west, here's the ridge east, and a departing Atlantic Canada system is going to allow ridging to nose northward. That's going to bring Debby northward slowly over the next couple days back inland, and then the Canadian trough picks it up and accelerates it after Friday. So it's been trapped. It's about to have an exit route. The other thing that water vapor imagery tells us over the last 24 hours is how the dry air that Debby slurped in has been replaced by moistening. So we're getting more and more of a moist column in the atmosphere to allow this slow-moving system to produce some significant rain rates. Even though it has kind of a hollow center, the bands around the outside of it are going to be problematic. And that north side is already starting to fill in a little bit more. And it's only moving 3 miles an hour. So the ability of this system to produce prolific rainfalls is still there, even though you've had a relative lull in the flash flood warnings. And look at that northern side, really filling in after sunset tonight. And this is the zone we're really concerned about after dark tonight. Persistent, very heavy rainfall. And then this eastern band will feed into that all the way up to Raleigh on Thursday. So this is through tomorrow morning. But here's tomorrow night into Friday morning for Raleigh and Fayetteville. And watch how the persistence of the rain over North Carolina gets very concerning while we get one last blast of heavy rainfall in Charleston. Very dangerous couple of days ahead yet with Debby.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Amazing.
Why always the couch? Does he need to go to puppy school? Get his little puppy diploma. How much have I been spending on this little guy?
When your questions about life turn into questions about money, there's Erica, the virtual financial assistant to help you spend, save, and plan smarter. Only from Bank of America. What would you like the power to do?
To the right now. Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide?
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
Ugh, when is my allergy spray gonna kick in?
You need Astapro.
Astapro?
It's faster, bro. 8 times faster than Flonase. It's faster, bro.
It's faster, bro!
Astapro?
It's mom to you.
Astapro starts working in 30 minutes. Astapro and Go.
Dad, Target School List Assist finds my list. So I'm totally ready for class, which is great because we can both be forgetful. Weird, I remember tying them.
Subway's offering 20% off any sub, any size. Woo! 20% off subs is fun to say. 20% off subs are fun to eat. You'll love 20% off subs. The point is, any sub, any size. 20% off at Subway.
Here we are driving down the road, and all of a sudden, bang! Oh! Look at that. You know what we can do now? Go to SafeLight.com. They are the experts at replacing and recalibrating windshields. If you get a crack in your windshield, there's only one choice. Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Memory and thinking issues keep piling up? It may be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Visit morethannormalaging.com.
What's the #1 item in a crisis? Food. Because when the world goes sideways, grocery shelves get picked bare and people worry they'll go hungry. That's why you need 4 Patriots' best-selling 3-month survival food kit. Food designed to last for 25 years, tastes great, and is easy to make. Packed with 688 servings and 24 delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Get your food kit with free shipping and free mini kits at 4patriots.com.
Nothing stops a DR Field and Brush mower. Thick grass and weeds, out-of-control brush, even 3-inch thick trees are no match for America's favorite brush mower. Lock it in and rip it up. Get a DR Field and Brush mower and get the job done right.
Shop the sale today. All DR Field and Brush mower models are now on sale and free shipping is in effect. Hurry, this offer won't last. That's drfieldbrush.com.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Every time we're about to do a live shot, the rain starts to pick up, and that's not a problem, for me at least. It is a problem for my photographer, Lauren, because she can't shoot directly into the rain because it will just go right into the lens. And my job out here is to show you guys around and what does it look like? What's the vibe in Myrtle Beach when you have a tropical storm that is just offshore and has been raining out, has been causing flooding, and has been giving power outages, of course, extensive power outages in Florida, and we have seen some as this has moved up the coast. So what we'll do real quick is show you that. We'll stay on this side so Lauren can stay dry for a second, at least the lens can, because if the lens gets wet, then you all at home cannot see through the lens, obviously. So there are the dunes, they're holding, and the water run-up was actually quite high today. Double red flags. We have some people out here. I think people are getting cabin fever because they've been inside all day. And then you see this slope down. This slope did not, it wasn't as pronounced yesterday because we didn't have the waves running up as high. We're now at low tide. And you can see how the water is much farther out. If you were watching this morning, it's not as running up as much. But of course, the rain has started, and that's what we've seen. Overall, 4 to 6 inch inches. I'll turn around this way so Lauren can wipe her lens if she needs to and then stay out of it. But overall, 4 to 6 inches of rain. And we have seen some ponding on the road. There has been some flooding as you go up towards North Myrtle Beach and some areas as well. But because we're getting breaks in the rain, the water has been able to drain out and then it picks back up again. And we're going to stay in basically what we've been seeing all day here. At least even until tomorrow, we still could see some showers, even though this is going to be inland. Of course, it rotates around and it pulls the moisture in from the Atlantic and continues to dump that out. So, Alex, we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel here in South Carolina, but we have at least another 24 more hours in this, if not probably more like 36 plus.
Yeah, it's been a tough go. I hope you can at least get like a good seafood meal tonight. Like, given that there are a lot of people that left, I'm sure there's a lot of restaurants who are like, hey, come on in and have a feast.
Right. They'll have space. We're definitely going to look into that, and of course, we'll let you know where we end up, Alex, in case you ever end up here.
Yeah, well, I've got some fair experience with Myrtle Beach. I've been there quite a bit. That's where my family did summer vacations. Yeah.
Well, you need to give us where to go for dinner.
Okay, I got you. I don't know if it still exists, but we used to like to go to Murrells Inlet, this place called Drunken Jack's. It's like a pirate, and we get the crab legs. And you got to wear the bib, and you got to get the butter all over yourself, or else you didn't do it right.
I didn't do it. All right, so if we do that, we will take a picture and post it for everyone to see, because if you don't post it on Instagram,
it didn't happen.
Then did it really happen?
No, and I want to see how many sticks of butter you guys use, because the crab legs aren't good unless you absolutely drench them in butter. Stephanie, if there's ever a day where you just need some melted butter, it's a day where you're soaked. So
this is the day. Yes,
this is the day. All right, we're going to check back in with Steph. Let's walk you through where we've been with Debbie, where we're going with Debbie. We have, of course, seen the wind and the rain reports across parts of Florida, flooding reports into parts of coastal Georgia. We had flooding and tornado reports into the state of South Carolina, North Carolina. Now you're going to see an influx of, I think, heavy rain, flooding reports, with the heaviest of rain coming your way in the short term. Also Virginia, tomorrow going to be a really big soaker of a day for you. Florida, over 26,000 customers without power. Georgia and South Carolina, lesser totals. We could see an influx later into parts of North Carolina. I think the winds pick up tomorrow with the system moving back on shore, and with the heavy rain in combo with those gustier winds, 40, 50 miles an hour, we could see some trees taking down some power lines. Lake City, Florida leading the way with rainfall over 19.5 inches coming down. Parrish nearly 19 inches, over 1.5 feet in Lakewood Ranch. Sarasota approaching 1.5 feet. So some huge totals there into the state of Florida and across the southeast coastline. Somerville nearly 18 inches for you guys. Beaufort over 1 foot, over 1 foot in Rincon, Georgia. Charleston just under 1 foot, 11 inches coming down thus far. What's on the way? Well, another 5 to 8 inches across parts of South Carolina, North Carolina, even into Virginia. I think the Roanoke area down towards like Farmville, you guys could see 5 to 8 inch totals with some locally higher amounts. You notice into parts of North Carolina, not out of the question to see some areas approaching or getting around 10 additional inches of rain. The heaviest of rain later tonight into the day tomorrow. At times, it is going to be coming down fast and furious. Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, even as far west as Greensboro and the 77 corridor, you could see some soaking rain. So low visibility, not an easy day on the roads Thursday, even Friday morning, some lingering rain. Coastal parts of North Carolina, a lot of 5 to 8 inch totals. That, I think, a slam dunk. There will be plenty of spots approaching, even exceeding double-digit rainfall.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
GA, the advanced form of dry age-related macular degeneration, can irreversibly damage your vision. It can progress faster than you think. When GA threatens your eyes, take a stand. Slow GA with Syfovre. Syfovre is an eye injection that was proven to slow damaging lesion growth over 2 years with increasing effect over time. It's the only FDA-approved treatment to slow GA in as few as 6 doses per year.
Don't take Syfovre if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye that may include pain and redness. Syfovre can cause serious side effects, such as eye infection and retinal detachments, severe inflammation of vessels in the retina, which may result in severe vision loss, wet AMD, eye inflammation, and an increase in eye pressure. Most common side effects are eye discomfort, wet AMD, small specks floating in vision, and blood in the white of the eye. Tell your doctor right away if you have any side effects.
Every moment counts. Act now to slow GA with Syfovre. Ask your retina specialist about Syfovre.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages. The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time that you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
The flooding and the damage caused by Debby spread across multiple states, and we're still dealing with it at this hour. Thanks for staying with us here on Weather Unfiltered. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson alongside our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Another busy day. Debby still hanging around and still a half-foot plus of rain on the way for some.
Yeah, you know, there's some aspects of tropical storms that I would argue are worse than hurricanes. Tropical storms tend to have inconsistent structure. You go through lulls in activity. The storm itself goes through ups and downs. Locally, you go through nasty bands and then it calms down. And we've been going through a lull, but now in South Carolina, things are ramping up again. Flash flood warnings are starting to amp up, and I think tonight is going to be really dangerous heading into North Carolina.
Yeah, we look at parts of Northeast South Carolina, North Carolina, beyond that, Virginia, even the Northeast, going to see a quick shot of heavy rain. Kiowa Island, South Carolina. Look at all the folks out there on the beach. It's not the most beautiful day, but you know what? Compared to what we've had, it's probably the best of the week for some. As Dr. Knabb mentioned, it's parts of North Carolina where things are going downhill. And Mike, in the short term and longer range, we're going to continue to watch North Carolina probably all the way through Friday morning.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting about that shot there, too, is I think at the Kiowa, they're getting an offshore wind. And so it's pushing the water out, right? And so I think people, they maybe have drier conditions today or not the banding like you had yesterday. So compared to what you've had, today is literally a beach day for you, right? All right, so where is the system as we speak. So the center of circulation is sitting right about in there, just offshore. It's going to come back into South Carolina and then start to push its way slowly northbound here through South Carolina and North Carolina, and then accelerate as we get into, say, like late Thursday into Friday, and finally get out of our hair by this weekend. But we still got a ways to go here. You can see we have a tropical storm warning still in place here. Does include all the low country here in South Carolina up through the Grand Strand, and then we get some areas here around the beaches, including Wilmington, Wrightsville Beach, where we're under tropical storm warnings. The winds gusty at times, but nothing that's been extreme. Let me put it that way. Winds in Wilmington, 17 gusting to 31. Hatteras gusting to 25. A breezy day for you in Charlotte, 18 gusting to 29 for you here. And in Savannah, again, your wind is now out of the northwest, 21 gusting to 26, but it's an offshore flow for you at this point. But you can see all the showers that we have around it. And because we've had so much rain the last couple of days, even small amounts of rain are going to cause additional issues with some flooding. But that little band that just came through around Myrtle Beach and Horry County here, causing another flash flood warning. That'll be in effect until 5:45. Then you look down toward the Charleston area, flood warning here. Now that little band there that's come down I-95 down to Walterboro, that's the one that really been concerned about, because that's an area that flooded recently and you're getting more rain now. The rain's sitting right on top of us in Charleston. Again, small amounts of rain are now causing issues. From Beaufort down toward Hilton Head, Savannah, these are areas where more rain's coming back in for you. So hard to believe, Savannah, we've been in this for so long and we still got today to get through. So we got flood watch in effect here, and that does include right the South Carolina and Georgia state line, all the way past, say, Lynchburg, Virginia, headed up into Maryland and West Virginia. You could see some, at least chances for some flooding. All of the flood reports are really centered around where the heaviest of rain has fallen here in the last 2 days. That includes right at the state line of Georgia and South Carolina, but really there in the low country. We've been hit pretty hard here. Many of the spots have seen double-digit rainfall, and the high-risk area remains for us, really centered around that Myrtle Beach area. But Myrtle Beach, Conway, Lumberton, Wilmington, those are areas to really keep an eye on, Alex, with the high risk for us through tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and we show you scenes like this. You see what we could see more of, Debbie, leaving flooded streets in its wake across parts of the Carolinas, including Myrtle Beach. So more of this possible, and that also extends up into North Carolina. We watch more parts of the state tomorrow. Want to bring in meteorologist Alex Wallace. He is in North Carolina this afternoon. Fayetteville, North Carolina, the location. You're seeing some light rain now, and I know you're with the mayor as they prepare for perhaps some really heavy rain.
Yeah, Alex, that's right. Here in Fayetteville, here behind me, you've got the Cape Fear River, which, could certainly be one of those things that we monitor very closely as we head through the coming days, because that has the potential to rise even further than where it is right now. You mentioned having the mayor, and yes, indeed, we do have the mayor right now, Mayor Mitch Colvin. Thanks again for joining us here. What was it, 6 years ago, Hurricane Florence, of course, had a big impact on the Fayetteville area and this river. Wish we didn't have to keep meeting under these circumstances, but here we are again, another tropical system. Give us a sense of how the city is preparing here for this system.
Well, again, good to see you again, but not under these circumstances. But certainly we've had our fair share of these rain events, and we have learned from experience from the past. So the city has been very proactive this time. Our low-lying areas, we're making sure that we create barriers to make sure that there's safe passage, or that we prevent people from passing into hazardous situations. We're notifying our residents, making sure the communication is high, making sure people take this serious. Certainly we want to preserve life and property, and we need people to follow the directions of the authorities.
Now, when it comes to the concerns that you have, are you concerned with dealing with more of a flash flood issue, or are you concerned with more of these streams and the creeks and the rivers?
Last time it was the streams and the creeks. We survived the rainfall itself, and then the aftermath came the creeks and river flooding. And so we're looking at this. This is a slow-moving storm, as you know, and it's going to put a lot of rain down, and we want to make sure that our creeks and rivers are prepared to absorb that. We've did some proactive things in the past after the last storms with cleaning out our riverbeds and our storm drain systems and trying to increase the size of that. But we're certainly monitoring these rivers and creeks.
Now, with that being the case, any evacuation orders or plans of potentially evacuating anyone?
Well, I've signed a state of emergency just to give the authority to do that. As of right now, we have shelters that are open. There are a number of shelters. They can go to the city's website to see the locations. We encourage people to do that if you're in a flood-prone area. But we'll do what we need to do. If evacuations are necessary, we'll certainly do that.
Now, we've had some rain off and on here over the last day or so. Has there been any issues, at least so far?
So far, so good. But we have had several weeks of rain, which was kind of the preempting of the last storm that we had, and we hope that we don't repeat that, where our creeks and river can't dump into the tributaries that they flow into.
Now, as we head through the rest of the night, which is when we're thinking some of the heaviest of the rain is going to be falling out here tonight into tomorrow, what's your advice here to folks here in and around Fayetteville?
Well, we're asking them to make sure that you stay aware, that you are prepared just in case there's a loss of power, or that you're in a situation that you can sustain yourself with food, water, batteries, the normal things. We ask if you know that you're in a vulnerable area, or some of our seniors or more vulnerable populations, we encourage you to go to our shelters. They're open, they're free of charge, and we will assist you in the transportation to and from. But main thing is stay safe, use common sense, don't try to drive through, stand in water, and stay away from down power lines.
All good advice. No, thanks so much, Mayor. We appreciate you joining us. And again, great advice again as we head through tonight. We get into the dark time hours, and you're trying to travel around. If you don't have to, that's going to be the key. Just stay put. Wait for this to kind of settle down a bit out there. Again, several more inches of rainfall anticipated late tonight, heading on into tomorrow, and that's when we start to see the potential for some of those issues. So again, heed the mayor's advice, just stay put, and again, just use common sense as we head through the rest of the night. All right, let's send it back to Dr. Knabb in the studio. Dr. Knabb, as you look at this system as it is trying to work its way here through the Carolinas, what's your biggest concern, at least right now?
My biggest concern is what you and the mayor just talked about, is that there could be some people who eventually need rescuing or evacuation. And so if there are shelters available in your area and you live in a flood-prone area near a river, creek, or stream, it might be a good idea to be proactive and go stay at one of those shelters, or more ideally, stay with a friend who lives in higher ground, so you don't have to risk tonight or tomorrow night having swiftwater rescue teams have to come rescue you through water. It really could be that dangerous. And the big problem part of the system right now is this northern half, this band that's several miles away, several dozens of miles away from the center of circulation. And this band has been acting up over the last couple of hours, and watch how that evolves into an even more significant, more consistent, unfortunately, band of rainfall, especially after sunset in eastern South Carolina and south central North Carolina, including Wilmington, Lumberton, Fayetteville, and that will last all night long. It keeps getting reinvigorated on that north side as the center of circulation only slowly moves northward into South Carolina overnight. So that northern side could be a very dangerous area to be in overnight tonight, and that's why we are in a high risk. I know we've been dealing with the high risk of flash flooding from Debby for multiple days now, but we've got multiple days yet to go. Any single high-risk day is a significant event that could cause life-threatening conditions, not just on the roadways, but in communities. And so you've got to take this very seriously through tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow night into Friday morning, because of the slow motion, we're going to continue to have Lumberton and Fayetteville, now up into Raleigh, and still down into Myrtle and Wilmington, have a significant risk of life-threatening flash flooding. As the center only moves slowly into North Carolina during the day tomorrow, we're still going to have that northern side, and then watch how the southern side acts back up tomorrow night in Charleston and Myrtle Beach. So this is an important time not to drive on any water-covered road, and evacuate proactively to stay out of flood-prone areas if possible.
The rain, combined with already saturated soil and winds, can lead to downed trees and power lines. Make sure you and your family are ready with supplies in case you lose power.
That was Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina. These are areas that we'll be watching tomorrow, with gusty winds and heavy rain moving through the state. But we know flooding, power outages can be problematic for folks. But the extensive flooding we've seen, along with hurricanes and wildfires, have left a lot of people in need of aid. And if you'd like to help, you can join the Weather Channel in supporting the American Red Cross. Donate by calling the number on your screen. Your disaster relief gift will help people whose lives have been upended by these natural disasters. Redcross.org/the Weather Channel. And again, that phone number there on your screen. Let's take you virtually to Raleigh, where the rain will be coming down heavily, especially tonight through the day tomorrow. I don't think your morning nor afternoon commute will be a particularly easy one across the state. Right now, we have seen some of the heaviest rain down towards the North-South Carolina state line, back into parts of Northeast South Carolina. But we've seen some tornado warnings today into North Carolina. Alex Wallace in Fayetteville, they're seeing some steady, at least moderate rain at this point. These areas could see another 5 to 8 inches. Where you see the red, we could exceed 8 inches. So would not be out of the question to see a few parts of North Carolina getting in around 9, 10 inches of additional rain. But I think a half foot is a good bet across a big chunk of North Carolina. As I mentioned, it's the second half of today, tonight, where the rain becomes steadiest and heaviest. And look at tomorrow's morning drive. Places like Fayetteville will be getting absolutely soaked. Raleigh, afternoon, bringing heavy downpours for you. Watching for the risk of severe weather again tomorrow, even Friday morning. Still some lingering downpours, and winds pick up with these heavy rain showers. I think tomorrow will bring the best chance of the gusty winds, probably by mid-morning through the afternoon. Winds at times gusting 40, even 50 miles an hour. So that in combo with the wet soil, down trees could take down power lines. So as the governor said, power outages could be a real issue. Winds still gusting at times over 30 miles an hour into your Friday morning. Now here in Horry County, South Carolina, around Myrtle Beach, we've got the flash flood warning. This also includes Red Hill and Little River until 5:45 local time. We've showed you some of the video of the flooded roadways, and there's more rain on the way. A lot of that coming today into tomorrow. Wilmington as well, another half foot on the way. Some areas exceeding 8, even 10 inches of rainfall is possible. As I mentioned, it is the second half of today that brings some of the biggest soaking rainfall. By tomorrow morning, Wilmington in line, Myrtle Beach still getting downpours through tomorrow. They'll be off and on. I think we will get some breaks tomorrow. Friday morning, Outer Banks, seeing some of the outer bands and some of the heaviest of rain. Winds gusting 40 to 50 miles an hour at times this afternoon for both Myrtle Beach and into Wilmington. That continues overnight, so those winds are still gusty while you're sleeping. Tomorrow morning, we could actually see gusts up to 60 miles an hour in Wilmington. Hatteras, 50-mile-an-hour gusts continue Friday morning during the early part of the day before the system finally moves off to the northeast, Mike.
Yeah, moving is the important part in all this, right? We need it to move. It's barely budged the last few days, but what it may ultimately mean is locations like Washington, D.C., where you've had plenty of storms lately, could get more rain, all courtesy of Debby. Right now, partly cloudy skies, temperatures just a hair under 90 degrees. I see kind of left center of your screen, a little small rain shaft in there, and you'll have some scattered storms here through the afternoon and the evening. Now, we've got some saturated soil right now because we've had some pretty heavy rain. In many spots, we've had 3 to 5 inches of rain. That's highlighted in the yellow areas on the map that you see here, and some small pockets around Philadelphia and then Jersey, where we had even more than that, 5+ inches of rain with the storms that swept from the Ohio Valley and then into the Northeast yesterday. But here's the track of Debby. Give it another day plus, and it'll start accelerating northbound here. And so Virginia, into Maryland, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, then into the Northeast it comes. You can see how it eventually gets picked up by this jet stream. That ends up shearing it apart, accelerating it even more. And the storm doesn't take on that circular appearance anymore. It then becomes more of a line and then exits as we get into Saturday morning. So here are showers that we'll see here through the afternoon and right through the evening. Then more heavy rain comes back in for us. Now this is Debby right in here. By tomorrow afternoon, D.C., you might be getting some light rain. Places like Richmond, Roanoke, heads up for you with really heavy rain in your forecast. Heading up into western Pennsylvania, central Pennsylvania, Buffalo, you could get rain. Rochester, New York. And then there's the whole thing, you know, becoming a lot more elongated, accelerating now, picking up speed. And there's the line that forms from Maine back down through the ocean here. So most of us, it's gone by the time you wake up on Saturday morning. It does produce some decent rain here, so watching for some isolated flash flooding. That could include some areas down here through the mountains where it could be more problematic than all the way up into Canada.
To the right now. Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide?
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
When is my allergy spray gonna kick in?
You need Astapro.
Astapro?
It's faster, bro. 8 times faster than Flonase.
It's faster, bro.
It's faster, bro!
It's faster, bro.
It's mom to you.
Astapro starts working in 30 minutes. Astapro and go.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's gonna cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, The process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got to plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-507-7956. 800-507-7956.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
Got brush piles? Devour them fast with a DR Chipper Shredder. You'll chip and shred with power to spare because DR's big engines beat the competition. There's a full line of DR chippers and chipper shredders, and they're all built USA tough.
Shop the sale today. All DR chipper models are on sale and free shipping is in effect. Hurry, this offer won't last. That's drchipper.com.
In a crisis, your #1 need is food. But if you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are empty shelves. But here's the good news. 4 Patriots is offering a special buy one, get 2 free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. Go to 4patriots.com. This deal won't last. Go to 4patriots.com now.
This hurricane season,
good heavens, absolute punishment.
every second counts.
You don't want to be on an interstate with heavy tropical downpours.
America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace here, continuing coverage of this tropical storm Debby. which has been a long, long road, right? And we still have a long way to go. I'm in Fayetteville, North Carolina, where we are no doubt concerned with the rainfall that could be coming on in, not just here, but really for a good chunk of North Carolina, even spreading northbound as we head through the coming days. That's just going to be an impact here. I'm on the banks of the Cape Fear River here, which is sitting right behind me here. And right now that level is situated just under 14 feet. Now, the forecast is for it to get much higher than that. That's because we are anticipating several more inches of rainfall. Now, we haven't seen a ton. In fact, yesterday it was less than an inch. Today it's been less than a quarter of an inch when it comes to the rainfall. But really, the anticipation is tonight, heading on into tomorrow morning. That's when we could pick up the bulk of the rain that could get up to 8-9 inches. That is certainly within the realm of possibilities here. And all that rain is eventually going to be flowing into some of the streams, the creeks, and a river like this and allow them to climb. So right now, the forecast is for it to crest to right around 50 feet. And at that level where I'm standing, I will not be able to stand. In fact, just 6 years ago, when it was Hurricane Florence, now this river got up to 61 feet. We don't anticipate it to get to that high, but 50 feet, and again, where I'm standing, the water would be feet above me. So that's incredible to think about how high this water is expected to go. And of course, areas that are closer to the river start to take on that water, and that is the concern as we head on through the next couple of days. That crest expected here, Alex, as we get to Saturday.
Yeah, Alex, it's going to be a tough go here still. I think a lot of people are starting to, move on to what's next, but we've still got a ways to go here with Debby. Right now, we've got flash flood warnings into the state of South Carolina. As Alex said, flooding threat and flash flooding threat going up into North Carolina through the day tomorrow and even into early Friday. We've also still got that severe risk. Most tropical tornadoes associated with supercells and occur as the system moves onshore. That's because we've got the friction with the land. Most are weak and short-lived, but we saw stronger ones as recently as with Beryl. They are common in the right front quadrant of the system. Today, risk of tornadoes. We've already seen a few warnings out there from the Outer Banks down to about Myrtle Beach, areas around Murrells Inlet, just south of Myrtle Beach. Tomorrow, little better chance of severe weather. And now we're looking at North Carolina into the state of Virginia. So Richmond over to Lynchburg, even as far north as Charlottesville, I think Jacksonville, Goldsboro, up towards the state line. These are all areas, Emporia, that could see the risk of tornadoes. Torcon values are 3, so not an overwhelmingly high chance, but just like we've had today, I think we'll see scattered warnings and could get a few tornadoes. There's the look at the future radar. Watch as the system begins to move onshore. So the center, or that low, begins to move over land. That's going to ramp up the wind gusts as well tomorrow. Places like Raleigh could see gusts as high as 50 miles an hour. Outer Banks, Wilmington could see gusts to 60 miles an hour. Very heavy rain to start the day Friday across southwest Virginia. So we'll watch for some flooding there along the Appalachian Mountain chain into parts of the I-81 corridor. Friday, risk of severe weather. It's going to be isolated, but now it gets into some really populated areas, talking New York, Lehigh Valley, Philly area, all of Jersey, all of Delaware, Ocean City, Rehoboth Beach, the beaches of Maryland and Delaware, even Virginia, and then Baltimore and D.C. also included. Mike?
All right, Alex, thanks for that. We know the past few days we've been showing you Debby and what it looks like from the ground, but how about this? This is from the sea. NOAA captured this footage in the Gulf of Mexico just hours before landfall on Monday, and data from these sail drones is helping gather some specific scientific data for hurricane research. But it was rocking and rolling out there for sure. But this is way out in they're generally somewhere around the circulation, not necessarily near the beaches or near land where they would be more susceptible to surge in the wave action and stuff like that. But just a neat perspective, Dr. Nab. And we can get a lot of information from being in and around a hurricane.
Yeah, and it really boggles my mind every time I see video like that of how much the wind pushes the ocean around. And even though this is not a significant storm surge event, we have a lot of problems on land, right at the coast and inland, because of the fact that we have this onshore push. Rip currents, some coastal flooding, and the inability of the rainwater to drain from the coastline. And Mike, there's this big hollow area, about 60 miles from the center. But if you go about 80, 90 miles away from the center, then you get the bands of rain and the gusty winds into Myrtle Beach and Wilmington.
And your point is well taken there, because that is pushing water on shore, and so the rainwater can't evacuate out. The winds aren't extreme, generally somewhere between 25 and 35 today, but wave heights, vary quite a bit. When it's the onshore flow, the wave heights are pretty high. When it's the offshore flow, the waves are a little bit less.
Yeah, and these buoys are a little bit away from the beach, but we have high surf on the beaches. It's crashing onto the sand 6 to 9 feet high. That's a danger, too.
Indeed it is. Stay with us. Our coverage continues right after this.
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis, picture what life could look like with Vyvgart Hytrulo, a subcutaneous injection that takes about 30 to 90 seconds. For one thing, could it mean more time for you? Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness with a treatment plan that's personalized to you. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you have a serious allergy to any of its ingredients. It can cause serious allergic reactions like trouble breathing and decrease in blood pressure, leading to fainting and allergic reactions such as rashes, swelling under the skin, shortness of breath, and hives. The most common side effects are respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions. It may increase the risk of infusion-related reactions and infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or symptoms of an infection. Talk to your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for GMG and picture your life in motion.
Consumer Reports conducts over 50 tests to determine the best vehicles, and only one brand was named the 2024 Best Mainstream Automotive Brand, Subaru, with 8 vehicles that are recommended models: Outback, Ascent, Legacy, Impreza, WRX, BRZ, and 2024 top picks Crosstrek and Forester. Safe, reliable, trusted, loved. Subaru.
Get 2.9% APR for 72 months on a new Subaru Outback during the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now.
Is this really happening?
He's not gonna pick her. No.
Reese's Pieces and cookie dough together in a DQ blizzard.
I wonder if they're still together. No.
Spoiler alert, the Reese's Pieces cookie dough blizzard is like really good. DQ, happy tastes good.
Whether you're doing it yourself or hiring a pro, today, let's paint. Exclusively at the Home Depot.
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Talk to your doctor about #1 prescribed Entyvio, offering 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Entyvio, relief, remission for real.
Are you ready to lose weight, get healthier, and keep the weight off? Join over 5 million people who have chosen Golo as a better way to lose weight. Here are just a few Golo customers who reached their goal and have kept it off for over 2 years. Golo is a completely different approach to losing weight, and it works. Control stress, emotional eating, and hunger and cravings at Golo. Don't settle for starvation and yo-yo dieting. Create your own success story with Golo.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Someone needs to customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Wait, there's an elevator?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel as we continue our coverage of Tropical Storm Debby. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace, live here in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And just behind me, you can see here the river. That is the Cape Fear River, which right now is running fairly smoothly. No main big impacts here right now from this river, but that may not be the case for too much longer, because right now under 14 feet is where it stands, at least where the level is here in Fayetteville. But it's expected to climb much, much higher than that, climbing up to at least forecast crest just around 50 feet or so, right around that mark, which would put it into moderate flood stage. And that could mean flooding taking shape. In fact, where I'm standing right now, I wouldn't be able to stand here. Just 6 years ago when it was Hurricane Florence, and we certainly picked up a lot more rain during that time period, but during that time frame, this river got up to 61 feet. And so we're not expecting to get that high, but even at 50 feet, standing here would not be possible at all. So a concern, no doubt about it, over the coming days is going to be how this river responds to the additional rainfall that we are anticipating. And yes, the last couple of days we've seen some rain here and there, showers at times, moderate. You may get a quick burst of a downpour, but overall the rainfall has generally been light. And people may be taking their foot off the gas, letting their guard down, but we don't want you to do that because we still have that risk tonight heading on into tomorrow. That's when we're really anticipating some of the heavier rains to come on through here in the eastern sections of North Carolina tonight into tomorrow, and that is when the rivers may respond down the road as we start to see them climbing a bit. Again, about 5, 6, 7, maybe even up to 8 inches of rainfall adding up, and that's going to mean the streams, the creeks, the rivers, well, they will start to take on that water and they will start to rise. So all these areas that may be near these creeks and rivers really have to be watching this very, very closely, and they're certainly prepared for that here in Fayetteville, monitoring locations that could potentially be in line to deal with flooding here as we head through tonight and into tomorrow, and even for that matter by the weekend when this river is expected to crest. So yeah, Dr. Knapp, we haven't seen that big, huge slug of a hose of moisture just kind of rolling right on into Fayetteville, but certainly the possibility is there that we could see that take place heading on into tonight.
Yeah, there's a significant possibility of that, definitely, Alex, and we can see the beginning signs of that happening with the main band here on the northern half of the tropical storm, about 80, 90 miles away from the center. That is what is going to be moving northward with the slowly moving tropical storm. It's this whole zone here that has been acting up, getting more convectively active over the last few hours. And if we follow what's going on with that band offshore, you've got the tropical storm force winds there, and then the heavy rains now pushing through the Myrtle Beach area. Some gusty winds at times, but also increasing rain. You see that wind and those rains going all the way into Manning and into the I-95, I-26 interchange. Look at North Myrtle Beach gusting near 40 miles an hour. And with all of that rain we've been having, now the flash flood warning goes till 5:45, and with the onshore push and the heavy rainfall, starting to get some reports here in North Myrtle Beach of street flooding along 13th Avenue South in North Myrtle Beach. So the water problem is starting to mount back up, even though we've had a relative lull. Now, follow that same band around to near I-95 from Manning down to Holly Hill, flash flood warning till 4:45, and that same band is now moving down I-95 through Walterboro, so it's a bad day to be driving up and down 95. You got that big warning that includes Charleston that's still getting some rain, and all the way down into Beaufort and Hilton Head, that same band, and Savannah getting some local heavy rain. You still have a warning until 6:45, and this northern band is going to be the big problem tonight into tomorrow morning, stretching through Myrtle Beach and Wilmington up into the Lumberton and Fayetteville areas, Mike, and that is just day and night number one, and we got to be thinking about all the different ways to keep people safe from what is going to be a dangerous couple of nights in South Carolina and North Carolina.
And then it could even potentially turn a little bit dangerous for us up into the Northeast. Now, the good news is it'll be accelerated, be moving faster, right? So faster is going to be better in these circumstances that we're hopeful of. But I want to show you this, because yesterday we had a really rough day across the Ohio Valley, then into the Northeast because of storms. There are severe storms and tornadoes. Cuyahoga County, by the way, here up where Cleveland is, 200,000 customers still without power right now. In total across the Buckeye State, 332,000 without power. But I'd say this, though, with Debby coming in, it's probably going to end up being just east of you. But you can see where the track of the storms was, where the power outages are. But the heavy rain has been an issue. And we've had some really heavy rain, especially across Pennsylvania, over into New Jersey, through New York. And here's where Debby tracks, right through Friday and then early Saturday. Eventually it's going to get caught up by this jet stream and accelerate, pushing its way eastbound. And everything should be gone by the time we get to Saturday morning. But heavy rain over the next couple of days could lead to additional flooding, something to keep an eye on.
Geico can help cover cars, homes, motorcycles, and even accordions.
You sure showed him.
You bet your pickled peppers I did.
Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
in a marriage, it is normal to want something new.
Phil just got a new phone, and now our messages aren't private, and it's all Phil loves this and Phil loves that.
I'm not apologizing for loving my family.
Coffee Mate is the world's biggest coffee lover because...
Biggest coffee lover?
Huh?
Impossible.
Well...
Excuse me? What about us?
Y'all can figure that out. We're just here for the love of coffee.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. You can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night. You can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people who've experienced the relief and health benefits from getting a great night's sleep and get Relaxium Sleep.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-414-0354. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-414-0354.
1, 2, seal, ziplock and I move. 3, 4, slide and soar. 5, 6, toss and mix. 7, 8, let it shake.
The only bag with the Easy Guide seal. Ziploc. Unlock life. S.C. Johnson.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free, double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Finding a home for us was tough, but our agent Joe just got our needs. Hey, Joe.
Hey.
We went on home tour after home tour, and he didn't stop until we got the one. I want it all for my dog.
Well, this is why we say don't shelter inside your vehicle during a tornado-warned storm, because here you had a tornado, and there you've got a flipped pickup truck. I mean, we're not talking about like a little Mini Cooper.
No, you're talking like a full-size four-door pickup truck.
Right.
Weighs a few tons.
Yeah. So
Wow.
imagine if you're out there in like something smaller. Yeah, it's dangerous. So inside, safe spot where you need to be. Again, mobile homes, also very vulnerable spots. We're not done with the severe threat associated with Debby. We've had tornadoes there in Monk's Corner. It wasn't just that flipped pickup truck, but Mike, we had damage to a lot of businesses in the community.
And the problem is, with Debby, you're still going to run that risk of severe storms and tornadoes. Torcon 2 today, 3 tomorrow. That'll include places like Jacksonville, North Carolina, up toward Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, a lot of real estate, a lot of areas with a tornado threat. So again, while it's isolated, isolated. We know they can be damaging, these tropical systems. No stranger to get tornado warnings. We've had some today. At this point, none, but we do have flash flood warnings around Myrtle Beach, back along the I-26 or 95 corridor, rather.
So they are convective. You can see some lightning within some of these storms. So around Southport, you're getting the heavy-duty storms here, and we are under that warning, and that goes for a couple more hours. But ultimately, any of these places that are getting heavy rain, they probably have saturated ground already. Yeah. Be aware of that risk.
Absolutely. We've got more opportunities for very heavy rain and for tornadoes with tropical systems. Usually they are weaker, short-lived as the system comes on shore, commonly in the right front quadrant due to the friction, the interaction with the land and the tropical system. We saw that with Beryl. We had an EF3 in the state of Indiana, so you can get stronger, higher-end tornadoes.
You know, this is why we have that Torcon as a 3 that goes all the way up into Virginia. Remember, this thing made landfall in Florida on Monday. And here we could be talking about tornadoes in Virginia. Today, the area to watch is going to be the Grand Strand up through the Outer Banks. And tomorrow, the possible threat zone is going to push a little bit farther interior, but heads up in Goldsboro, maybe even near Raleigh, Danville, Virginia, up around the capital there.
Yeah, Torcon of 3 tomorrow, indicating at least an isolated tornado possibility. So be aware of that. Winds outside of potential tornadoes. I think you're going to see gusts 50 to even 60 miles an hour as the system moves on shore.
You know, wouldn't be surprised to see maybe some tree branches come down, maybe some spotty power outages would be possible. Charlotte, you may not be missed by this. So tomorrow, early morning, watch for the heavy rain that come in for you here. And I think maybe that your time up there at Lake Norman is not going to be all that fun. Even some rain getting back to western North Carolina and the upstate of South Carolina.
They've needed the rain in the upstate. Not going to see the most significant rainfall, but at least some headed your way. Heavier rain into parts of the mid-Atlantic, northeast to end the week. And Friday, severe risk. Not a huge severe risk, but some huge cities included.
In I-95, heads up for us here. And any of you that are maybe vacationing, you know, Ocean City, Cape May, these are places you want to be on the lookout for weather. And then we want to spend some time outside. Keep an eye on that radar.
Yeah, family trip, boardwalk at Wildwood could be tricky on Friday. Dr. Nab, we've been tracking Debby for days, watching Florida all the way to the northeast here. And then, of course, everybody's wondering what's next. Are we going to see more Debbys?
We're going to see a lot more rainfall, a lot more water problems in Myrtle Beach, where you're now under a flash flood warning. Heads up in Wilmington and inland in Fayetteville, where the rainfall will be increasing in frequency and intensity as we go through the next several hours. We've got 2 threatening flash flooding. It's not going to happen everywhere in that zone, but these are some of the areas at risk. A slow-moving tropical storm that has the kind of a donut hole in it. And you've got this band that's about 90 miles away from the circulation center that is the focus of the heavy rainfall. That is the zone we're concerned about, and that's all going to be moving northward. So you've got new flash flood warnings here in Myrtle Beach, and then along the Manning down to Holly Hill area, down I-95 toward I-26, and that northern part of the storm is going to be filling in, if the modeling is anywhere near correct, as we get into the evening and past sunset. And look at how persistent and frequent, heavy the rain is all night long, and that eastern band starting to light up even more. So today, tonight, into tomorrow morning, high risk. Any single high risk day and night is a big deal. Problems on the roadways, even problems with water getting into homes in some places. Not everybody in the red there is going to have that happen, but that's where the risk is, and a lot of this is during dark. So we've got to be thinking about how to keep ourselves safe. Don't drive on any water-covered road. Don't drive on a barricaded road. Don't walk, bike, or play in the floodwaters. And right now, get your car parked not on a surface street, but somewhere elevated in a parking garage, if at all possible. And if your home is flood-prone, this might be a good time to find a shelter, a lot of them are open, or a friend's home that you can stay in tonight and tomorrow if you're in a flood-prone area, like along the Lumber River or something like that, as an example. But if you don't evacuate, be ready to evacuate or be rescued by officials if things escalate. That could happen over the tonight into tomorrow morning, but it could happen tomorrow night into Friday morning, going even farther to the north, including not just Fayetteville, but Raleigh. As the center of circulation slowly moves from south to North Carolina, the heavy rain will persist, and look at how it reinvigorates in Charleston. So a very dangerous couple of days yet ahead.
The Lab is presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Are you joking? You're joking. Tell me you're joking.
It's a little early for jokes, but here goes. This muffin goes on vacation. What's happening? You said joking 3 times. That's why I'm here. Anyway, this muffin.
Well, I was just excited about my new car.
New car? Oh, you don't need a joke. You need a Jake. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your State Farm agent can help you choose the coverage you need.
All right, I got a show, so.
You forgot your toothbrush, Jimmy Fallon. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time that you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
My independence is everything to me. When I could no longer hear on a phone, clear captions saved me. My Clear Captions phone shows what the caller is saying live as they say it, allowing me to fully understand the conversation and respond immediately.
Your appointment is on Tuesday at 2 p.m.
Thank you, dear. My doctor, bank, pharmacy, my friends and family. There are so many people that I need to be in touch with regularly. And Clear Captions has allowed me to do it independently.
If you have hearing loss, you may qualify. Call now. Installation, training, and the Clear Captions service are all provided at no cost to you. There is no insurance or Medicare required. Call today. 1-800-269-4075. That's 800-269-4075. The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Well, the marathon of Tropical Storm Debby continues. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace live in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Situated behind me, that is one of the concerns, the Cape Fear River, which right now is moving along fairly steadily here, kind of a lazy river right now, but that may change as we head through the coming days, and that again is the concern as we usher in some additional heavy rainfall. So far we haven't seen a whole lot of rain adding up. Yesterday it was less than an inch. Today, I mean, the rain as you're seeing right now, that's essentially been as steady as it's been. Occasionally maybe a heavier burst, but overall this is what we have seen. But we don't want that to let people sort of give them a sense that this is done and this is over. No, we talked about how Debby was going to be a very slow mover, taking its time, and it is still doing just that, moving at a snail's pace. In fact, the movement it's going, I mean, most people could walk and certainly run faster than it's moving right now. So slowly moving and still bringing that opportunity for some very heavy rain to fill in and try to really have a big impact on us. I've been watching the radar, and just to our south here as we head to just north of the state line there with South Carolina, big heavy area of rain. Does that begin to kind of move its way and nudge its way northbound here up into Fayetteville? That is certainly the possibility. Could fill in a bit more. And the forecast does call for several inches of rainfall. 6, 7, 8 inches of rain is what is anticipated here for us. And all that rainfall eventually will start to fill up this river and the other streams and the creeks as well. And I was here 6 years ago for Hurricane Florence, situated right in this exact same spot. And I remember before that rain really started to come in, and I was looking at the river just like it is right now, and I said, there's no way this river could get as high as the bridge that sits behind me. I said, no way. But it absolutely did that. The level of the water was just under that bridge. So where I'm standing right now, I would be drowning in water. That's the kind of water that we could be talking about, because the river is expected to crest, Alex, at about 50 feet. Right now, it's at about 14 feet. So we have a long ways to go before we get to that crest on Saturday.
Yeah, it just goes to show how much water rise we're still going to see, how much water is still on the way for places like Fayetteville. I know, Alex, a lot of people are tired of hearing about Debby, but a lot more rain on the way, including for some of these areas, an easy half foot, if not approaching or exceeding double-digit rainfall. We've watched the path of this. Of course, we've had the flooding, the gusty winds across Florida, the flooding, some gusty winds across Georgia, flooding, tornadoes into South Carolina. Now we're beginning to see the reports of flooding start to work their way into North Carolina. We're going to see more of that in the days ahead. Power outages by far, Florida leads the way, where we had that landfall, over 23,000 customers without power. Rainfall reports highest also across the state of Florida, where Lake City closed in on 20 inches of rain, about 19 2/3 inches, over 1.5 feet in Parrish, over 1.5 feet in Lakewood Ranch, and we were awfully close to 1.5 feet of rain in Sarasota. Across sections of South and North Carolina, we have exceeded 1 foot. Charleston, you got close to 1 foot, 11 inches of rain coming down there in the beautiful low country city that had its share of flooding problems. Also, not far from Charleston, some reported tornadoes. Another 8 to 12 inches coming your way around Wilmington, up towards Fayetteville, where Alex Wallace is. A good half foot on the way, 5 to 8 inches also for Raleigh, Greensboro, even Charlotte. I think you're on the western flank of that heaviest rain. Heavy rain also for parts of Virginia, including 81 corridor there from Roanoke all the way up to like Harrisonburg and Winchester, Mike.
All right, so a lot of places are going to get more rain there, especially in the Carolinas, but eventually Debby is on the move, and it's going to go northbound here, and some cities could have at least a chance for some flooding. We want to update you on that, at least a chance for some breezy winds as well. Where do we stand today? We've had a few scattered storms out there. Temperature in D.C., haven't had the rain yet, just under 90 degrees. We had some bouts with showers in Philly and New York. Temperature dropped back into the 60s and 70s as a result. So the forecast tomorrow brings in more rain. Some of this will be scattered storms, and eventually late in the day, you might see some showers associated with Debby really down toward D.C. as that rain shield moves into the I-95 corridor there. But heads up here, flooding could be possible for you along the I-95 corridor and then surrounding areas. So here we go through the evening, some scattered showers out there, and then watch the heavier rain bands come in for you late Thursday into Friday, then into Friday night. The entire system will end up lining out and then pushing its way off to the east here. And I think by, well, maybe dinner time or just after that in D.C., you'll be clear of Debby altogether. But how much rain is coming our way here? Maybe a solid 3 to 4 inches here across places like Baltimore and D.C., headed back through Leesburg, the mountains of Maryland and West Virginia, and the hilly areas there in western Pennsylvania could get a little bit more than that. You could maybe see 3, 4, 5 inches of rain come your way. Well, our live coverage continues here on the Weather Channel. Don't forget, coming up right after Weather Unfiltered, it is Storm Center at 5 o'clock.
Breathing Claritin Clear is like...
All stuff. Pretty girls walk like this. Is he?
Claritin Clear? Yeah. Fast relief of allergies with nasal congestion so you can breathe better. Claritin plus decongestant. Live Claritin Clear.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Geico can help when you're locked out with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Dad, you don't have to make this so tough on yourself. Geico is sending someone to unlock our car right now.
Yeah, but where's the fun of that?
Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Here are your keys.
Feeding a high-quality dog food doesn't have to cost a whole lot. For about $1 a day, you can give your dog the Blue Buffalo food they deserve. Real meat first, healthy ingredients, natural nutrition. Try Blue Life Protection Formula today.
$5 all-you-can-eat pancakes are back at IHOP for a limited time. Or free with select combo purchase. Only at IHOP.
Back to school means back to the doorway. Find new favorites that fit just right and save during our Back to School Customer Appreciation Event. Plus, earn Kohl's Cash. Kohl's.
If you have chronic kidney disease, you can reduce the risk of kidney failure with Farxiga, because there are places you'd like to be. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
One thing we know is true, no matter race, gender, ethnicity.
The need to screen when due.
For colon cancer's a priority.
Indeed. Everyone 45 plus at average risk should screen for colon cancer. These folks are getting it done at home with me, Cologuard.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
Here we are driving down the road, and all of a sudden, bang! Oh! There's a crack in our windshield. You know what we can do now, though, right?
Go to safelight.com.
And we're good to go.
Hey guys, I'll be replacing the windshield for you.
Can we go in there with you?
New cars come with cameras that can control your automatic braking systems and lane departures, which you do need to get recalibrated when you get your windshield replaced.
If you get a crack in your windshield, there's only one choice.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
At Oscar Mayer, we smoke our bacon for 12 long hours. Keep it Oscar.
Experience an ultra-close shave with a single-edged stainless steel blade.
Yep. We're still smoking that bacon.
Is Cialis Daily better than Viagra? Does it last longer than Viagra? Are trial packs available? Get started today with a 3-month trial pack if appropriate at TryRexMD.com.
Storm surge, a major problem as water is coming in from the Atlantic Ocean and pushing up bodies of water, not to mention the fact that we have this torrential rain.
A lot happening with Debby making landfall 2 days ago in Florida. It is still sticking around. We've got you covered here on Weather Unfiltered. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson, our hurricane expert, Dr. Nab, with us yet again. We're talking flooding, and the risk doesn't stop today. I know people are getting tired of hearing Debby, but we still have a half-foot plus of rain coming for some communities across North Carolina and Virginia.
Yeah, and after a bit of a lull, Debby's convection on the north side is ramping up. The flash flood warnings are expanding, and I don't think tropical storm does this justice. I mean, category slow is a good way to describe the problems from water that a slow-moving storm can produce. But I think we should call it like a squatter storm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just sitting there occupying space where it's not welcome anymore and just won't get on out of here.
We want to evict it.
We do.
We'd like to.
Quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. The beach has been rough here in North Carolina. Obviously, the skies are gray. You look out towards the east and you're like, ooh. It's not the beach day I wanted. We've got gusty winds, obviously, blowing this camera around. Winds could still be gusting 50 to 60 miles an hour. And, Mike, not just in coastal areas, we could see that into places like Raleigh tomorrow.
We could. So we want you to be really heads up, even places well away from the ocean. I know you're not worried about storm surge in a place like Raleigh. You never would be. But now knowing that heavy rain is coming your way, you've got to be heads up about your threats. And Raleigh, we've had a ton of rain the last few weeks. It's been round after round of rain, and flash flood warnings have been numerous right there in the research triangle. Here's where we stand right now. Low spinning right about here. All the onshore flow is coming in this direction, so you still may see a 1 to 3 foot storm surge here in North Carolina, but the rain is now going to push its way inland here. We are going to watch for severe weather as well. All right, so here's a look at the tropical storm warnings in effect. That's all of coastal South Carolina, up into some of the beaches of North Carolina as well. The spin, clearly you can see that here with the counterclockwise flow. The winds right now in Myrtle Beach are actually offshore, 16 gusting to 26. Offshore in Savannah, 16 gusting to 25. Winds picking up for you in Charlotte. Winds in Wilmington have been 20 gusting to 30. There's the tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. Does include Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, up through Morehead City. So, those of you that are out here at the Barrier Islands, you're at the beaches, you're hoping to have, salvage something of your vacation. Keep an eye on the radar today, and you'll get the automatic warnings on your phone as geolocated. So if a tornado warning is issued, your phone will alert, and you can make sure you take shelter. But if you're, in a rental or something like that, kind of figure out now where you're going to go, because if you're in a building that's got up on stilts. Do you want to be in that building? Is there another place you might be able to go? Just keep that thing in mind, all right? Because I know a lot of you, maybe under that threat today. Palm Beach, by the way, and just coming past West Palm, we've had a severe thunderstorm warning of the tornado possible. So Boynton Beach, Delray Beach, and West Palm Beach, heads up for you. Again, the tail end of some of the storms that are interacting with the overall spin of Debby here. Head up toward Hilton Head and Beaufort, around Savannah. We have flood warnings here. It's Beaufort, Hampton, and Jasper counties. Head up toward the Charleston area, ongoing with issues. But Colleton and Dorchester County under a flash flood warning here. Been very worried about I-95 in Walterboro. We had really heavy rain there previously, and so now getting some really heavy rain in is just making that water rise, unfortunately. Heavy band force north of Myrtle Beach, but right in Horry County, we're under a flash flood warning. Concerned about all this area really beginning to fill in over the next couple of hours. Flood watches in effect here. The Grand Strand, Wilmington, Raleigh, Greensboro, Charlotte under a flood watch. Lynchburg, Danville, Richmond heads up for you. And then northbound from there where the terrain is very hilly now. You're talking Shenandoah Valley up into the mountains of West Virginia and then western Maryland as well. All the flood reports really centered around the heaviest of rain associated with Debby and a high flash flood risk through tomorrow morning. It does include locations like Myrtle Beach or Conway, South Carolina, Lumberton, North Carolina, Wrightsville Beach, Wilmington. These high-risk days are really serious business, and that expands farther inland tomorrow into Friday, which now includes Fayetteville, Raleigh, and edging closer and closer to Greensboro as well. Here's the track, and eventually the system does accelerate. Next day, day and a half, it's still quite slow, but by the time we get to tomorrow night, now it starts to pick up speed and starts accelerating north and northeastbound, so a quicker moving system will generally produce lesser effects, Alex, and this eventually will be out of our hair by this weekend.
Yeah, but Debby has left flooded streets in its wake across the Carolinas already. This is Myrtle Beach, and as Mike just said, we anticipate more scenes like this. A lot more rain still on the way for North Carolina. I know you're like, but we've been dealing with this for so long. How do we have more rain on the way? All right, want to bring in your favorite meteorologist, my favorite Alex Wallace, live right now in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Alex, you said the floodwaters just from the river behind you are going to go up quite a bit, and then there's the flash flood risk too.
Absolutely, Alex. That's the thing that we have to watch out for. Both the river, the streams, and the creeks, those coming up. But yes, we could end up dealing with some of these areas that quickly flood in a flash as well. So no doubt about it, that is a concern. And, you know, you said we've been in this for so long. Here, it hasn't been in terms of the heavy rain. We haven't seen much of that. What you're seeing coming on top of me right now, that's essentially what we've seen for most of the day, kind of a light to moderate rainfall. And if that were going to be the case for the rest of the night into tomorrow, we would be okay. You know, we'd be able to handle that. Yes, there may be some spots here and there that you see a little ponding here and there, but overall we'd be able to handle that. But the concern is that we could fill in a bit more heavy rain coming into tonight and heading on into tomorrow. That's the time frame that we're most concerned with, where we see the rain totals creep up into the 6, 7, 8-inch range. And again, that's happening in a fairly condensed period of time, thanks to the very slow movement of this tropical storm. And you think, okay, tropical storm, it's going to be windy, gusty winds all over the place. Wind is not going to be the issue here as you work your way inland, even really along the coast, not really too much big wind action there. But certainly inland here, places like Lumberton, up to Raleigh, here in Fayetteville, wind is not going to be the concern. It is the rainfall and the potential issues that we faced from that, including what's going on with the river here behind me, which is right now a lazy river. But I can promise you that that will not be the case as we head through the coming days. It's going to start to move a lot quicker, and it's going to get a lot higher as well. And, you know, earlier we got a chance to speak with the mayor of Fayetteville about what he thinks residents here in Fayetteville should be doing here as we head through the night and into tomorrow.
We're asking them to make sure that you stay aware, that you are prepared just in case there's a loss of power, or that you're in a situation that you can sustain yourself with food, water, batteries, the normal things. We ask if you know that you're in a vulnerable area, or some of our seniors or more vulnerable populations, we encourage you to go to our shelters. They're open, they're free of charge, and we will assist you in the transportation to and from. But main thing is stay safe, use common sense, don't try to drive through standing water, and stay away from down power lines.
Such great advice there from the mayor. We appreciate him for talking to us there. And again, we really want to heed that advice as we get into tonight and into tomorrow, Dr. Knabb. That is the concern here. We don't want people letting their guard down because we haven't seen the heavy rain come in yet. It is yet to come.
Yeah, Alex, and the mayor made a really good point. They have opened shelters because they know some people live in very vulnerable areas and might want to proactively go to higher ground at a shelter or a friend's home rather than risking having to have swift water rescue teams come and get you and being in a life-threatening situation overnight tonight, tomorrow, or tomorrow night. And I wanted to show you a couple of the current flash flood warnings and what's going on in them to show you a preview of what this northern band is going to do when it comes up into Fayetteville and Lumberton and eventually up into Raleigh. Now, we've already got North Carolina starting to get some of the heaviest rain just southwest of Wilmington. So now there's a flood advisory here in the Charlotte area over to Bug Hill, Highway 17. That's probably going to go to flash flood warning before too much longer. In this warning area in Myrtle Beach, we've already got street flooding along 13th Avenue South in North Myrtle Beach. But now, look at this same northern band that's going to progress farther inland. This flash flood warning that includes Holly Hill, one of the recent reports from Holly Hill, County Emergency Management reported street flooding in downtown Holly Hill, several reports of flooded roadways, some areas with water up to the door handle of cars. And that is just the beginning of this northern band that's also affecting Walterboro going northward. And that band is kind of represented pretty well by this future radar depiction. And this is the band that's going to get even worse, more expansive as we go through tonight into tomorrow morning. And it's going to rain practically all night long. This high risk means business for places like Lumberton and Fayetteville, Wilmington and Myrtle Beach, and that same northern side is going to be the problem zone as we go tomorrow night into Friday morning. And not only the northern side, but the southern side will get acting up again on the back end of all of this. So this is a really serious next couple of days due to flooding.
Never drive through flooded roads or around barricades. It only takes 6 inches of fast-moving flood water to knock over an adult and just 12 inches to carry away most cars. Now is not the time to see if your car floats, because it doesn't.
That was the governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, speaking of the dangers of flooding, which are still present. And flooding can cause extensive damage. If you'd like to help the Weather Channel in supporting the American Red Cross and those who have been impacted, not just by flooding, but hurricanes and wildfires, you can help with that disaster relief. Go to redcross.org/the Weather Channel or call the number on your screen, 1-855-345-GIVE. Want to take you virtually to Charleston, South Carolina, where more heavy rain is still on the way, thunderstorms as well. So we are not done with at least the chance of a storm and some downpours. Right now, a lot of those focused up into the northeast corner of South Carolina, as well as southeast North Carolina, Wilmington area, up near where Alex Wallace is. We've been seeing at least some persistent rain. You're going to get a break in Fayetteville right now, but we know more rain still ahead, especially tonight through the day tomorrow. Rainfall to come, another 5 to 8 inches for Raleigh, for Durham, for Chapel Hill, and for Greensboro. Some spots down near Wilmington could exceed 8 inches, even close in on double-digit rainfall totals. Still ahead. That's on top of what's already fallen. Now, Raleigh to Greenville, you've got some downpours out there today and tonight. I think tonight during the overnight period, we begin to see the center of this storm work closer, and tomorrow through the day, anticipate downpours and more of the steady rain. I think tomorrow is more of a washout for parts of North Carolina before that storm moves off to the north and east and things finally start to dry out into the later part of Friday. Greensboro, Raleigh, Greenville, Fayetteville, all could be seeing gusts in the short term, 50, even 60 miles an hour at times. I think the worst of the gusts come in during the day tomorrow. Probably most areas will stay within that 30 to 50 mile per hour range for gusts. But again, wouldn't rule out a few 60 mile an hour gusts, especially as we get closer to the coast. But depending on where the center of that system goes as it makes its way through, we've got issues. Horry County, Myrtle Beach under the flash flood warning. You've got another 5 to 8 inches of rain on the way in Myrtle Beach. Areas around Wilmington, again, could see double-digit rainfall on top of what has already fallen. So that's where some of the heaviest rain will be, some of the gustiest winds as well. Through the remainder of today, tonight, you can see the rain is persistent. We've got downpours. Tropical downpours mean very low visibility, very quick ponding on the roadways. So don't want to be out and about. Even tomorrow and into early Friday, we still have those tropical downpours and possible storms. I mentioned the winds. A lot of areas like Raleigh will be in that 30 to 50 mile per hour range, but at times we could even see gusts exceeding 50 miles an hour, up to 60 miles an hour in spots. I think those would be fewer and farther between across North Carolina, but still, Mike, 30 to 50 mile an hour gusts with that heavy rain. That'll bring the potential for power outages.
Indeed, it could. And then a lot of that rain is going to push its way north. In a place like Baltimore, we could get some heavy dousings from this. 85 right now. You look over the Inner Harbor. Some storms around today, and then the bigger deal comes in late tomorrow, then into Friday. So let's recap, though. Let's show you what we've had going on the last 24 hours or so. We had some really strong storms across the Ohio Valley and then into the Northeast. And some places picked up 3 to 5 inches of rain, all those yellow locations. And now here's the track of Debby. All right, so the track coming in this direction eventually brings us a lot of rain. Maybe the one saving grace, though, as opposed to what's going on in the southeast right now, is that the storm will be accelerating and moving pretty quickly once it gets up into the northeast. And so it won't stick around as long and won't produce as much rain. Having said that, the ground's pretty wet right now, and additional rain could cause some flash flooding. So Debby is going to weaken as it goes northbound here. It's going to be picked up by the jet stream, going to force its way off to the northeast, going to shear it apart, and all the annular convection or the circular nature to it will go away. You'll see that here in the future radar. There's the rain, could be heavy at times going into tomorrow night. So here's tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Heavy rain for you here in the mountains of Virginia and West Virginia. Roanoke heads up for you. Head up to Maryland as well. I think from like a Danville to a Richmond to a Norfolk to a D.C. Here come the showers. In the morning, heads up for you. Pittsburgh to Buffalo. Really heavy rain shield for you here. And still trailing showers and storms across D.C. and Baltimore. Eventually then picked up by the jet stream, accelerating even more, now lining out basically in here, becoming almost like a low pressure and a cold front off of that, acting very similar. There are the storms for you in the Adirondacks, the Blue and White Mountains. Heads up in a place like, in the evening, a place like Springfield, Massachusetts. You could get hit. Hartford as well. By the time you wake up Saturday morning, almost everything is off the coast and gone. And you can see here a footprint of 3 to 5 inches of rain, though, is still in our forecast. So just be careful of that. I-95 could watch for severe storms, but lesser amounts of rain there. Alex?
All right, we got a lot more to come on Weather Unfiltered, also on the Weather Channel. And don't forget, you can stay tuned to the Weather Channel on your smart TV. You can see our complete coverage with the latest radars and warnings. Visit streamtwc.com for more.
Yo, listen up. You may know me as a musician, actor, devoted father, and husband. But before all that, I was just a kid from Newark who moved to South Central LA. And growing up, I learned a few things, like keeping your word and staying true to your friends no matter what. Loyalty is everything. That's why I have a plan through CarShield. CarShield keeps their promise to their customers, and that means everything to a guy like me, which is why you gotta call CarShield. My plan through CarShield covers costs of repairs of up to 5,000 parts on my car. I'm even talking big ticket items like the ones that make you groan when they break down, like your transmission, your engine, electronics, and computers.
If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
Something happens, the CarShield administrators will be there to take care of it.
My rates never went up, and my coverage never went down.
When you call today, you'll get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have.
Just like I said, CarShield is loyal to their customers, just like I'm loyal to my crew. But don't just take it from me. Listen to what these people have to say.
If you love something, you protect it. That's why I called CarShield.
CarShield helped me save over $2,000.
Look, let me break it down for you. The average labor rate for a mechanic is over $120 an hour. That's on top of parts, diagnostics, and taxes, and can easily make the cost of an engine repair over $5,000. Now, that's a lot of dough unless you call CarShield before your vehicle broke down. Not a lot of people in this world really do what they say they'll do, but CarShield is the real deal. Call CarShield today. Tell them I sent you.
If your car is out of warranty, you need protection with a plan through CarShield. It's not a matter of if, but when your car will break down. Make sure to call CarShield before it does.
Call 800-982-1214. 800-982-1214. 800-982-1214.
Psoriasis all over. I couldn't get my hair done.
Then psoriatic arthritis. Cosentyx works on both for me.
People with psoriasis on the scalp have a 4 times higher risk for psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions, severe skin reactions that look like eczema, and an increased risk of infections, some fatal, have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
Still working for me.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
If your car's out of warranty, your next breakdown could cost thousands, unless you have Endurance.
There was an issue with my air conditioner.
I had a seat sensor that went out.
There was a problem with the cooling system. Broken axle.
Potentially a $4,000 repair.
It's like $5,000.
A little over $1,100.
$1,400. Endurance paid it.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
Just 2 claims saved us over $1,700.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 1-833-440-4179. Call now.
of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic.
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Debby. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace, live here in Fayetteville, North Carolina, where we are awaiting some of the heavier rains to come on in tonight and into tomorrow. So the rains that we've seen is basically what you're seeing right now. Some lighter to maybe moderate rainfall at times, picking up a little bit here and there. But overall, the rainfall hasn't really been that intense here, at least in Fayetteville. But that is anticipating, and we're anticipating that to change as we get into tonight and into tomorrow. And that's going to mean heavy rain that could fill up this river, the Cape Fear River that sits here right behind me here. And I've been monitoring the levels of this river here all day long, and right now it's just under 14 feet. And looking at the forecast crest, which is expected to happen sometimes this weekend, some good news. Love bringing good news. And last night, checked, the forecast crest was going to be around 55 feet. This afternoon, the forecast crest was updated to be about 50 feet. And just here in the last 15 minutes, a new update now forecast to be under 48 feet, right around 47 feet. So we're watching the river crest forecast coming down. That's good news. Now, at 47 feet, that's still going to be a problem out there. In fact, we got a chance to talk to the mayor a bit earlier about what he and city officials are most concerned with. Here's as we head through tonight.
Our low-lying areas, we're making sure that we create barriers to make sure that there's safe passage or that we prevent people from passing into hazardous situations. We're notifying our residents, making sure the communication is high, making sure people take this serious. Certainly we want to preserve life and property, and we need people to follow the directions of the authorities.
Absolutely. Taking the advice, heeding the advice, and following directions, and just, recognizing what's happening out there around us as we get to tonight. If you head out there and about and you see water on those roads, turning around, finding another route to take. And again, if you have to be out and about tonight in the dark, it's just not going to be safe out there for us across parts of North Carolina. Dr. Knabb, as we watch how things are progressing, anything sort of, or I should say, Alex, as we send it back to you, looking at sort of the whole radar picture, there's some of that heavier rain just to our south. We're trying to see if this thing can maybe fill in a bit more, maybe move into places like here in Fayetteville.
Yeah, I think you're going to be seeing some really heavy rain into tomorrow, even overnight tonight, that rain filling in. And I think when you ask Dr. Knabb what people might be surprised by, I think a lot of people are surprised at how much rain is still yet to come in some of these communities. We've got the severe risk right now, just a few flash flood warnings. I don't want to say just a few flash flood warnings. We've seen what those problems have been from the flash flooding, but tornadoes also going to be a risk tonight through tomorrow. Tropical systems, no stranger to tornadoes during those. A lot of them are associated with supercells, and when the system comes on shore because of the frictional effects, many weak and short-lived, but we have seen some stronger ones as recently as with Beryl. Today, risk of severe weather from northeast South Carolina into southeast North Carolina. There is a tornado watch out from Myrtle Beach to Wilmington to Morehead City, Jacksonville included. 11 o'clock is your expiration on that one. Severe storms possible tomorrow. Tomorrow we watch not just North Carolina, but into Virginia. And we're going to be watching places like where Alex Wallace is. So not just flooding and flash flooding, but also severe weather likely for our Thursday. Torcon of 3 out of 10. From Charlottesville, Virginia to about Jacksonville, North Carolina, over towards Fayetteville where Alex is, we've got a torcon of 2. So certainly at least an isolated tornado possibility. But there's that heavy rain that fills in places like Fayetteville, especially during the overnight through the day tomorrow. Heavier bands. Again, that would be where the severe risk comes in. And then look at the heavy rain working through parts of Virginia later Thursday into early Friday. Guys?
All right, thanks for that, Alex. Now, these past few days, we've been showing you what Debby looks like. How about this very unique perspective from a sail drone out in the Gulf of Mexico? This is captured by a NOAA sail drone. This is a research drone. They can capture all kinds of information and data. Dr. Knabb, these sail drones can be invaluable, but what a unique perspective. I think is rocking and rolling out there.
That is why
they are unmanned, uncrewed, because we would all get seasick sitting on that sail drone. But it's giving you data at the air-sea interface. There's not a whole lot of safe ways to do that in a tropical storm, or especially a hurricane. Hurricane hunters fly several thousand feet up. Ships don't want to be sailing into that kind of ocean. And even in this tropical storm, it doesn't have an eye, but it's got a big donut hole.
It does.
And the 80, 90 miles away from the center, that's where the strongest winds and the strongest convection are increasingly all the way around, and that's pushing the ocean around.
Yeah, wave heights with that onshore flow as high as 9 feet. You take a look at the storm surge. Should be minor, though.
Yes, but enough to prevent the rainwater that falls on land from being able to drain back out to sea.
Exactly. So you take a look at high tide in particular tonight in Charleston, 11:25, or tonight, tonight, 10:49.
Smile, you found it. The feeling of finding psoriasis can't filter out the real you. So go ahead, live unfiltered with the one and only Sotyktu, a once daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis and the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding you're so ready for your close-up, or finding you don't have to hide your skin, just your background. Once daily Sotyktu was proven better, getting more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors. Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. There's only one Sotyktu, so ask for it by name. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
Over 13 million Americans were affected by identity theft in 2022. And the threats go way beyond just credit card fraud. Today's identity thieves can open loans, transfer home titles, and even commit crimes in your name.
Someone got my social security number, made a driver's license, and it was used for criminal activity.
Your information is exposed through online shopping, banking, even corporate data breaches. No wonder there's a new victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. Only LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats all in one place.
I clicked, "That's not me," and LifeLock took it from there.
If you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix the issue. All LifeLock members are backed by the LifeLock $1 Million Protection Package, including reimbursement for stolen funds.
I will be with LifeLock forever.
Enrollment takes just minutes. Call now or go online and use promo code GET25 to save 25% on your first year. Enroll now.
I'm lucky. I found the one thing that I was put on this earth to do. And every day, as I inch one step closer to my vision, it reminds me that making it in life is all about the making.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Right now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event, get $3,000 cash allowance on the purchase of most 2025 Ram 1500 trucks. See your local Ram dealer today.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, 2 months free. All with the same fast, reliable, nationwide coverage as Big Wireless. Make the switch today. Call, go online, or visit a store near you. That's 2 times the savings and our best deal of the year.
To the right now. Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide?
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan cannon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
That grimy film on your teeth.
Dr. G?
It's
actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crest Pro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
It stops cavities before they start.
Crest.
Welcome back. Continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Debby. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace, live here in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And here the concern is with this very slow-moving tropical system, bringing in moisture from the Atlantic, dumping a lot of rain. And that could lead to some problems out there for us in terms of flooding here. We've got the river behind me. This is the Cape Fear River, which right now kind of moving along at a kind of lazy speed. It'll be picking up in speed as we fill it in a bit more because of the additional rainfall that's expected as we head on through tonight and into tomorrow. Several inches, maybe up to 8 or 9 inches of rainfall could potentially fall here. Now, if you recall back in 2018, Hurricane Florence, which actually set the state rainfall record when it comes to rainfall from a tropical system, we ended up there with 35.9 inches of rain. That was the state record in Elizabethtown. Here in Fayetteville, we picked up just under 11 inches. From this, we could be talking 7, 8, 9 inches. So we may come a little shy of what happened in Florence, but this river is expected to still respond and climb. Right now, the forecast crest to get up to over 47 feet. And so where I'm standing right now, I wouldn't be standing, I would be floating in water. We got a chance to speak to the mayor here in Fayetteville to ask him, you know, what is his concern here when we talk about adding so much rainfall here over the next 24 to 36 hours?
Last time it was the streams and the creeks. We survived the rainfall itself, and then the aftermath came the creeks and river flooding. And so we're looking at this. This is a slow-moving storm, as you know, and it's going to put a lot of rain down, and we want to make sure that our creeks and rivers are prepared to absorb that. We've did some proactive things in the past after the last storms with cleaning out our riverbeds and our storm drain systems and trying to increase the size of that. But we're certainly monitoring these rivers and creeks.
Monitoring for sure, and no doubt in the aftermath of Florence, certainly some mitigation efforts being made here to help try to not have that situation happen again, where certainly some of these areas ended up dealing with some flood problems. All right, Dr. Knapp, we send it back to you in the lab and there in the studio. And is there anything from this tropical storm here that is surprising you in terms of how it's been kind of moving along here as we've worked our way over the last day or so and continuing now into the future?
Well, how structurally it has changed, by losing its inner core, but having this very wide area far away from the center, like 80, 90 miles away, that's producing this ring of very heavy rainfall. And so that means you don't need to be near the center of the storm to be in the center of action. This is the center of action, this kind of semicircular zone of really heavy rainfall. And so if you get under this band for a long period of time and with a system only slowly moving northward, this is the kind of band that could sit over Fayetteville later tonight into tomorrow morning. And we're starting to get flood advisories in North Carolina here in the Charlotte, Bug Hill, Ocean Isle Beach area, flood advisories till 7 p.m. And that's spreading northward. This could become flash flood warning before too much longer. Warning here in Myrtle Beach, where we've already had reports of problems along 13th Avenue South in North Myrtle Beach. And then look at the flash flood warning here in Holly Hill along I-95 through South Carolina. Bad day to be driving there. And we've had some areas with water up to the door handle of cars in Holly Hill, and the flash flood warning in Walterboro along I-95 as well. And that northern band is the part of the storm that's going to get amped up as we go past sunset tonight. Look in Fayetteville and other areas that could rain heavily all night long. That's day and night number 1 of high risk. And then day and night number 2 of high risk goes through Fayetteville up through Greensboro. Mike, it's going to be a very dangerous next couple of days.
Yeah, so, at least the next 24 hours. Then hopefully after that, it starts to accelerate a little bit more. The slow motion has been really detrimental to us, but a fast motion storm could be a little bit better here, as you won't spend as much time in the rain showers. Now, we had a lot of rain up into the northeast recently, and more storms are coming that way, and heavy rain courtesy of Debby. And still in places like northeast Ohio without power after yesterday's storms and tornadoes, still going out to survey crews to survey the damage and maybe get a rating on some of the tornadoes that touched down here. But 330,000 customers in Ohio are without power. A lot of those in Cleveland, about 200,000 without power. There were the storms that came racing on through. We had a really heavy bout of rain, 2 bouts of rain, if you will, across Pennsylvania. So we're predisposed to some flooding here because there was 3 to 5 inches of rain that fell. So the ground's wet right now, and then here comes Debby. Here's the track. But as I mentioned, extension should be accelerating a little bit more here. So from Friday morning to Saturday morning, it's going to move a good deal here as it gets caught up in the jet stream and then forced out. There's a look at that, at the storm coming northbound, then the jet stream grabbing it, shearing it, and then taking it eastbound. Having said that, some showers and storms coming into our forecast tomorrow. I think places like Richmond and D.C. and Baltimore, you'll see it first. Heavy rain is going to hit you there in the mountains. Heads up on that through Pennsylvania, New York. There it is, caught up in the jet, and then boom, it's out by the time you wake up Saturday morning.
Let's go. With Chevy Equinox EV, you can wake up every day with a full charge. Your crew can have a roomy, no-compromise interior. And starting around $34,995, you and your money can go further in America's most affordable EV with over 315 miles of range. Equinox EV, a vehicle you know, value you'd expect, and a dealer right down the street. Go EV without changing a thing. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
At Domino's, we've heard in focus groups that some people don't love our classic crust. Too doughy.
It's not thin enough.
So here's another pizza.
All the ingredients come together.
And so what if I told you this was Domino's?
Good for Domino's, for real.
Introducing Domino's New York style pizza. Try it tonight.
To test the toughness of the three-row Kia Sorento X Pro and the Kia Sorento Turbo Hybrid, we recreated some of the wettest springs, hottest summers, windiest falls, and coldest winters. All on one track to prove these three-row SUVs were built for the unstoppable. Kia, movement that inspires.
Darling, you're the one for me. Give me all your love.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Lone Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
We're done.
What about these?
Looks right.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge and is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Super Beets has changed my life.
To know that I'm using a product from nature that helps me maintain good blood pressure, it's a win-win.
I don't know of any other compound in the body that has such far-ranging effects.
Super Beets by Human is the #1 cardiologist-recommended beet brand for heart health support.
Yeah, Super Beets is a game changer.
It gets me through my tough days.
Join the millions of people who have put Super Beets heart health support supplements to the test.
I want to be a present dad, and so for me to have the energy to stay up with my 5 kids, I need Super Beets.
It'll give you that sense of well-being. It'll give you that sense of energy, that sense, hey, I want to go and conquer the world.
And this is what comes from the increased blood flow.
I could live without Super Beets, but I wouldn't want to.
1, 2, 3, yeah. Discover what Super Beets by Human can do for you. With our clinically studied plant-based formula, you too can harness the power of nature's most incredible source of blood pressure and heart-healthy energy support. Get started with a free month supply plus free shipping on all bundles at superbeets.com.
Does RexMD really work? Over 85% of patients said, not only does it work, they saw results the very first night. Get started today with a 3-month trial pack if appropriate at tryrexmd.com.
Know what makes me nervous? It's not that this place has a filing system from the 80s.
90s.
It's that they have my social. And the rental place that gave us the wrong car has a copy of my driver's license. The online store that was just breached has my payment info.
Think of all the places that can expose your info. LifeLock monitors millions of data points for identity theft. If there's a problem, we fix it. Guaranteed.
I'm gonna miss you.
I won't forget you.
What?
Back to school, back to Kohl's. Well, not only have we seen feet of water courtesy of Debby, but we've also seen severe weather, including this. Sampson County, North Carolina. possible tornado here looks a lot like it. We had tornado warnings across coastal parts of North Carolina. Pender and Sampson's County line is where this scene was spotted, but you see the Pender County EMS getting a good look at that. You can hear the wind, and again, looks a lot like a tornado. We'll see if there's damage reports coming in. We'll continue to monitor this from the National Weather Service.
Typically with these tropically induced tornadoes, they're usually small, real quick. That looks pretty sizable right there. And, think about that. If you aren't one of these outer bands, that's where you're most likely to get these tornadoes. And so Sampson County, North Carolina, you're thinking they were nowhere near where Debbie's center is. You're not likely to get them as close to the center as you are farther out.
Farther out, those bands. And unfortunately, that's what we're going to watch for. And as we've said, usually smaller, short-lived. That one not in that category of the short-lived, definitely going longer than a few seconds. We've seen damaging storms, likely tornadoes into parts of South Carolina. That one confirmed near Monk's Corner that we told you about, damaging several businesses. Now today and tomorrow, Torcon of 3. It is, again, areas a little bit away from the center, that right front quadrant. And as these systems interact with land, we get the severe weather.
We do. So let's show you the radar right now, the areas that we're concerned about. Flooding is definitely an ongoing issue, but it'd be in bands like this is where you would see those tornadoes, or even some outer bands up in there. And tomorrow the threat may encompass a few larger cities, so we'd want you to be aware of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Watching a Wilmington, but tomorrow it could be places like Richmond and Raleigh. Tonight, Wilmington under a tornado watch, along with Morehead City and Jacksonville. This is in effect until 11 o'clock local time. Myrtle Beach, too.
There could be some more interior locations that be affected tomorrow, so heads up for you in Goldsburg, near Raleigh, Danville, up toward Richmond as well.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, some more populated areas, some interstates that will be affected. Torcon, again, 3, not super high, isolated, widely scattered tornado risk, but you get them in a populated spot, you get one like we saw there, and you can have some serious problems. Look at Monk's Corner, South Carolina. It went through a business district, a lot of businesses sustaining significant damage.
We even saw some video where pickup trucks were literally tossed into the air. They weigh a couple tons, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be these convective bands. Those are the ones you have to watch out for. That's where the tall thunderstorms build, and in essence, then you end up getting these kind of mini supercells that spin up tornadoes very quickly.
Yeah, and look, tomorrow afternoon, you can see that line from Raleigh to Wilmington, up towards the Richmond area, south central Virginia, places like Emporia. We'll be watching for that risk. And even Friday, we get up into the mid-Atlantic, parts of the Northeast. So we've got New York, Lehigh Valley, Philly, all of Jersey, all of Delaware, Baltimore, and D.C.
What's interesting about how this one is oriented then is it almost becomes a squall line as we get into Friday evening. So it's going to be very interesting to watch that form right in there as we go through Friday night. That may include the drive time.
Yeah, so could be your impacting your Friday night plans. Please be aware of that. Then it zips on out. And then, Dr. Dab, do we finally get to say goodbye to Debbie? We are over it.
Boy, we will be glad to see this storm go by. But in the meantime, portions of South Carolina, North Carolina, including Wilmington and Fayetteville, even up into Virginia, places like Roanoke, significant risk of life-threatening flash flooding over the next 2 days and nights. Today and tonight, tomorrow and tomorrow night into Friday morning. That's the real high danger time frame, and it's all because of a slow-moving tropical storm with banding that is way out away from the center circulation. It is not super important to focus on exactly where the center of circulation is. We got to focus on the hazards. Where are the rain bands setting up? And right now, it's this northern semicircle, this outer band like 80, 90 miles away from the center of circulation that is causing the most problems. And the problems are increasing in North Carolina. Flood advisories, eventually flash flood warnings are going to fill in over the next few hours in the Wilmington, the Lumberton to Fayetteville area. And we've also got problems here inland along I-95 in South Carolina. This northern band is only going to get more active as we get past sunset tonight, and that's about the time the center of circulation might be coming back ashore, another landfall of a tropical storm, but that is only going to signal the beginning of heavier rain moving farther inland in North Carolina. Look at how South Carolina and North Carolina both dealing with heavy rainfall all night tonight into tomorrow morning. So this is the high risk zone for today, tonight, all night into tomorrow morning. And in these high-risk zones, we've got to take this very seriously and be proactive and be promising ourselves we're not going to drive onto any water-covered road, not drive around any barricades that indicate a closed road. Don't let the kids walk or bike or play in those floodwaters. You might want to seriously consider parking your car in an elevated level of a parking garage, so at least if we get a couple or few feet of water, like we've done in Holly Hill, South Carolina today, we don't have our cars get significantly flooded. Now, if you're in a very flood-prone area, like along the Lumber River, for example, might want to go to a shelter or a friend's home tonight, and if you don't, be ready to evacuate or be rescued if the floodwaters get high in your area. And there's been a fairly significant change to the high-risk area for tomorrow night into Friday morning. It's farther west, it's farther north. Heads up Greensboro, North Carolina. Heads up Roanoke, Virginia. A high risk of life-threatening flash flooding tomorrow and tomorrow night.
Scout is protected by Simparica Trio, and he's in it to win it. Simparica Trio is the first chew with triple protection. Oh, fleas and ticks. Intestinal worms. Whoa, heartworm disease. No problem with Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures. Used with caution in dogs with a history of these disorders. For winning protection, go with Simparica Trio.
Listen up. You may know me as a musician, actor, devoted father, and husband. But before all that, I was just a kid from Newark who moved to South Central LA. And growing up, I learned a few things, like keeping your word and staying true to your friends no matter what. Loyalty is everything. That's why I have a plan through CarShield. CarShield keeps their promise to their customers, and that means everything to a guy like me, which is why you gotta call CarShield. My plan through CarShield covers costs of repairs of up to 5,000 parts on my car. I'm even talking big-ticket items like the ones that make you groan when they break down, like your transmission, your engine, electronics, and computers.
If our car breaks down, CarShield administrators have our back.
Something happens, the CarShield administrators will be there to take care of it.
My rates never went up, and my coverage never went down.
When you call today, you'll get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have.
Just like I said, CarShield is loyal to their customers, just like I'm loyal to my crew. But don't just take it from me. Listen to what these people have to say.
If you love something, you protect it. That's why I call CarShield.
CarShield helped me save over $2,000.
Look, let me break it down for you. The average labor rate for a mechanic is over $120 an hour. That's on top of parts, diagnostics, and taxes, and can easily make the cost of an engine repair over $5,000. Now, that's a lot of dough unless you call CarShield before your vehicle broke down. Not a lot of people in this world really do what they say they'll do, but CarShield is the real deal. Call CarShield today. Tell them I sent you.
If your car is out of warranty, you need protection with a plan through CarShield. It's not a matter of if, but when your car will break down. Make sure to call CarShield before it does.
Call 800-982-1214. 800-982-1214. 800-982-1214.
Got brush piles? Devour them fast with a DR Chipper Shredder. You'll chip and shred with power to spare because DR's big engines beat the competition. There's a full line of DR chippers and chipper shredders, and they're all built USA tough.
Shop the sale today. All DR Chipper models are on sale and free shipping is in effect. Hurry, this offer won't last. That's drchipper.com.
Waterline broke. Replacing could cost thousands. Not covered by homeowners insurance.
Honey, wake up. Here's Tom Rusin, CEO of HomeServe.
A plan from HomeServe pays for the covered repair cost for water lines, and we send a qualified contractor. The American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a nightmare. Sleep well with HomeServe.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $7.99 a month.
Call 1-800-355-9794. Visit homeserve.com.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America, only on the Weather Channel.
The marathon of Tropical Storm Debby continues. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace live in Fayetteville, North Carolina, where we are watching very closely what's coming down from the skies. And at least right now, actually nothing. The rain has really let up. But this is not one of those situations where we are done and finished with this system. We are just getting into it. The threat is coming in tonight and into tomorrow, at least that threat for some heavier rain. And that heavier rain, that could add up. We're talking 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8 inches of rain is going to eventually start to fill up the streams, the creeks, and the rivers. Like the Cape Fear River here, which is behind me. And you can see it's moving along here, kind of like a lazy river. You know, you go to the water park, you get in one of those easily. That's the kind of speed it's moving at right now. But as the rain comes in, again, that's expected as we head on into tonight, this river is going to start to pick up speed, but it's also going to start to pick up the height. It's going to start to really climb quite a bit. In fact, forecasting to crest this thing now at about 47 feet, which is actually an improvement. The crest forecast has been coming down as we've worked our way through the day. So that's better, but that still means issues may still be in store for us. The way the river is right now, it's just under 14 feet. If it gets to 47, I mean, this thing's going to be above where I'm kind of standing. So I wouldn't be able to stand here if this thing gets to 47 feet. You can see there's actually some debris that's kind of caked up here and hung up on this bridge itself. Back in 2018 with Hurricane Florence, that debris was hitting the bottom of the trestle here. That's because that water level was that high. And it's hard to even comprehend how high the water got. At that point, it got up to 61 feet. Not expecting it to get anywhere near that level, but again, 47 feet could still cause some problems out there. So we have to be wary of that as we head through the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. Heading out and about, just not one of those things, Alex, that folks want to be doing. It's going to be dark. It's going to be night. You don't want to be out there in the heavy rain and the potential flash flooding.
Yeah, I know people are starting to get a little stir crazy. They want to get out and about, but the roads, things could get a lot worse before they get better. Alex Wallace, thank you so much. We're going to be checking back in with Alex through our Weather Channel coverage. Obviously, Fayetteville, one of the spots where we think things could get worse. Things have been bad across Florida. You're finally seeing some relief from the rain. Savannah, a lot of flash flood reports there. Into parts of South Carolina, we had flooding and also tornado reports. Still 25,000 plus customers in the dark in Florida. A lot of those in the areas where the storm moved ashore on the West Coast, where we saw some of the gustier winds. Look at the rainfall totals. Gosh, nearly 20 inches in Lake City Parish and Lakewood Ranch, over 1.5 feet. We got awfully close to not an inch and a half, 1.5 feet in Sarasota. We look at South Carolina. We look at Georgia. We've got plenty of areas with over 1 foot of rain. Look at Somerville, South Carolina, nearly 1.5 feet there. Charleston, you got really close to 1 foot. We still have rain possible, so we'll see. Not out of the woods there. Charleston, I think at least another inch possible. Could get up to 2 inches. Maybe some spots on the north side of Charleston, a little bit more than that. 3 to 5 inches where you see the yellow, 5 to 8 in the orange. So there are a lot of locations that could still see a 1/2 foot of rain on the way. That includes Fayetteville, where Alex is, why he's highlighting that risk of more river flooding and flash flooding. Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Greensboro, all possibly looking at another 1/2 foot of rain. A lot of that coming tonight and through the day Thursday. You can see some very heavy rain working through, gusty winds as well. And even Friday morning, I think some lingering downpours across the state of North Carolina before this system, Mike, finally moves into the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast.
And then it's going to produce some really heavy rain. It may produce some isolated flash flooding. It's just something to keep an eye on here. The advantage we'll have across the Northeast is that the system will be a lot faster. So it won't just sit on top of you and rain and rain and rain. It's going to do it pretty quickly. Today we've had some scattered storms here across the mid-Atlantic from, say, the Big Apple southbound here. You've avoided them in D.C. You're significantly warmer than New York and Philly, where you've dropped back down into the 60s and 70s. Heads up on I-95. Travel delays for you tomorrow. Anticipate those because of the rain. And then later in the day, especially I'd say around, say, drive time tomorrow in D.C. and Baltimore, we'll watch for some storms to come in for you here. I think a heavier rain shield comes in for you, but you will see some storms for the morning drive as well as the evening drive. And that rain probably there through at least midnight or so on Friday, and then quickly moving out after that. I think by the time you get to Saturday morning, you'll be in pretty good shape and see some sunshine. But in the meantime, 3 to 5 inches of rain is on the way for us here. And again, heads up on I-95. I think that could be a problem highway for you here. Philadelphia, similar forecast for us, just maybe a couple of hours later, but there's the scattered showers for you tomorrow morning. Heavier rain as we go through the evening tomorrow, and then especially into Friday as well, with several inches of rain on the way for us here in eastern Pennsylvania and through New Jersey. 1 to 3 inches packages will be on the way for you. And our live coverage continues right here on the Weather Channel. Don't forget, coming up next, it's Storm Center at the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. Have a safe night. We'll see you right back here tomorrow.
This is Protection, the everyday skin protection ritual that protects your skin from mosquitoes. Off, the #1 best-selling mosquito repellent brand. Everything. Off, prevention is the best protection. SC Johnson.
At Domino's, we know there's a lot of pressure to tip these days. Which is why we want to say
Thanks for the tip.
by tipping you back. Tip your Domino's driver $3 or more online and we'll tip you $3 to use on next week's order.
Getting older is part of the journey, even with worsening heart failure. So when I had carpal tunnel syndrome, lower back pain, and shortness of breath, I thought that's what getting older felt like. Thank goodness I called my cardiologist. I have ATTR-CM, a rare but serious disease, and getting diagnosed early made a difference. If you have any of these warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
I knew I couldn't afford a house of my own. Food's here.
Okay.
So we thought, why not go all in together? That's when buying a home together got real. Where's the cat?
What's up at DQ? Oh, just the best deal ever. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Bacon cheeseburger, fries, drink, and a sundae. No time to be modest. It's all full size for just $7. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan cannon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
I'm Martha Stewart, and this is one of my new kittens. Of course, I want to give them the happiest, healthiest life possible, which is why I choose Pretty Litter. We love this litter because it's tough on odor and helps keep tabs on their health by changing color to show high, low, and typical pH levels. Pretty Litter is also low dust. And whether you're a new cat parent or a lifelong cat lover like me, this low-maintenance litter is the game changer. Try it today. Go to prettylitter.com.
To the right now. Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide?
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The #1 thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
East Coast. Right now, millions getting ready for Tropical Storm Debby's second landfall. In just hours, the storm will re-enter the United States via the South Carolina coast and bring even more flooding rain from the southeast all the way and eventually to the northeast.
As you can see there, we've got a team of meteorologists monitoring Debby's impacts, and we'll bring you live coverage throughout the night. You're watching Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
And I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. We'll get to our meteorologist live from along the eastern seaboard here. But first, Jackie Jarris is on the radar with a look at where Debby is cranking out some very heavy rain and some strong gusty winds right now, Jackie.
Yeah, it really is. You know, getting that latest advisory that's just in, Chris, and we've got a pretty healthy tropical storm, which happens to be offshore right now, and we're still seeing the impacts with those rains. I know that you're looking at that, but this is how much additional rainfall that we are expecting, and you can see the forecast is still an additional 8 to as much as 12 inches of rain. Now, areas inland are going to be more of a focus as we head into places like Charlotte, into Greensboro, as well as into Roanoke. So, Chris, let's take a look at where some of the worst of these bands are at the moment.
Yeah, and we can see that right now, right along the border with South Carolina and North Carolina, seeing some of the heavier rain at the moment. And that's what we're seeing here as we're tracking Debbie on the Weather Channel. Here it is right here and swirling around a lot of that heavy rain. The latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center still has Debbie at a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm, moving very slowly, 3 miles an hour and to the north-northeast, so taking the center of it into South Carolina. But you see just the extent of it as well, from Georgia all the way up and now even into parts of the mid-Atlantic, getting into Virginia and even into Maryland. But this is the zone that we're going to be watching and keeping a close eye on in the near term for some of the more dangerous type of flooding and some of the heavy rain. And currently and right now, flash flood warnings in effect here, including Myrtle Beach and inland as well. Some of the thunderstorms, you see the lightning flashing here, indication that we've got some intense showers, and those intense showers can really bring that heavy rain in a hurry. So with that, a considerable threat with this flash flood warning right now, this one in effect until 9:45 and covering a huge stretch of Interstate 95 right now. And then moving up Myrtle Beach right here until 5:45, the radar. So what we've been seeing on the radar in terms of the estimates from the rainfall and even the actual measurements on the ground in the bucket and the rain gauge there, indicating that flash flooding happening or will be happening. North Myrtle Beach report right here, and that shows that there was street flooding along 13th Avenue. So again, the ongoing threat with flooding. Another layer to this is the tornado threat as well, and the tornado watch extending from here, from South Carolina and here on the north and northeast side of the storm. That tornado threat takes us here into North Carolina as well. So multiple threats still with this tropical storm, this slow-moving tropical storm. Strong gusty winds can do damage to trees, create power outages. That wind also pushes water toward the shore. Storm surge potential, looking at a couple to a few feet. When water's trying to drain out, it doesn't take a whole lot for the flooding, the waters to back up. Still, slow-moving system doesn't really get some steam here and get moving, Jackie, until some point here on Friday.
Well, there's a lot more rain to come, not just today, but tomorrow and even into the early part of the weekend. That includes more than a half of a foot of rain possible for a place like Raleigh, North Carolina. There you can see the forecast rainfall totals, and it's not just Raleigh. Look at Fayetteville, areas like Charlotte, Greensboro, and now the high risk of flooding is extending northward up towards Roanoke. We want to bring in meteorologist Chris Bruin. He's got the latest on conditions in Raleigh right now. And Bruin, we haven't seen a ton of rainfall so far for you there in Raleigh, but that's going to change later on tonight and especially tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, it's really the inland flood threat that we're most concerned about here. Winds aren't really going to be a huge ordeal. We could get some stronger squalls that bring in some strong gusty winds for a brief period, but we're not going to see the consistent winds like we will see towards the coast. I mean, right now it's fairly light. It actually feels nice. We've had cloudy skies, not a whole lot of rain today. A few showers earlier in the morning. There are some showers just to our south, and for folks heading out this evening, there could be a little bit of light rain. We expect conditions to go downhill, though, later tonight. I want to show you, this is Fayetteville Street. We're right at the steps of the North Carolina State Capitol. And people are getting off work, getting to their cars and heading home. So we're in the peak of rush hour here. Things are going smoothly so far. And I can tell you from our drive from Myrtle Beach up to Raleigh, not a whole lot of flood issues. You know, rivers were a bit high, but part of that is just because it's been so wet this July. In fact, if we take a look at the future forecast for a city like Raleigh and parts of eastern North Carolina, let's walk you through what we can expect. So there's the radar right now. You do have a band of light showers. It's not getting a whole lot westward at the moment. It's just kind of staying still, but we'll see if that gets in later this evening. Most of that, though, is pretty light rain. So that's what we're dealing with in Fayetteville. Here in Raleigh, heavy rain moves in overnight. And then as we go throughout the day tomorrow, Thursday is really going to be our peak day. Bands of heavy rain. We could get persistent downpours, and the risk for flash flooding really will start to increase, and then more scattered activity as we go into Saturday. So for the Raleigh metro area, we're looking at anywhere between 5 and 8+ inches of rain. Of course, locally higher amounts are possible. I think south and east of here towards Wilmington will be in that 10+ inches of rainfall or more, down towards Lumberton, even Fayetteville. And then all the moisture going to be heading north of here up into Virginia and places up towards the mid-Atlantic. It's not just, an inland issue. We've been dealing with flooding in and around the Charleston area. I want to hand it down to Jim Cantori. He's in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Jim, can you walk us through what today has been like? Have the winds picked up at all now that Debby has strengthened a little bit just off to your east?
I don't know if it's so much as it's strengthened as we're closest to the center, and it kind of went just by us to our east, and now it's to our north, so we really haven't gotten away from that. But yeah, I can say this is the windiest part of the storm that we've dealt with. It was a rain event. And what's really interesting, too, is this is the rainiest part of the entire day that we've had here. It's been raining pretty pleasant. Now, well, I shouldn't say pleasantly because it's not very pleasant to be out here, but we've moved over to Mount Pleasant. All right, so we're on the other side of the river, and we're kind of looking. You can see the Yorktown behind me here, so we're at Patriots Point. And I mean, visibility's down. It's raining heavy again, but the worst rain is back toward Orangeburg County, and you can see that on the radar where we've gotten anywhere from 1 to 4 inches of rain so far today in that band that's just kind of sitting there on the backside. So what's been really interesting to watch, guys, is the fact that the center has been mainly void of rain. And that was really the key that we needed to watch over the last 24 hours. That didn't happen. And even though it didn't happen, we still got ourselves a 45 to 60 mile per hour tropical storm. So it went up as a result of that. But obviously the worst winds are right on the coast. We're inland from that a little bit and through here, obviously being in Charleston and up and through the harbor. But you know what? This has been our windiest day. We've had 20, 30 mile per hour gusts at times, but nothing that's blown us over or anything like that. Certainly nothing that we can't handle. But it's mostly any kind of sustained wind around 5 to even 10 miles per hour here where I'm standing. A little different than at Folly. North Charleston, which is where the airport is, they've occasionally gusted to 20, 25 miles per hour. But the wind, not a huge issue for us in through here. We saw one isolated tree down, but I don't think it was because of the wind strength. It was more or less because we've had a foot of water. All right, and so here's this root ball now sitting in this foot of water, and it just takes a little push as opposed to a big push. All right, a little push as opposed to a big push to deal with a tree coming on down. All right, guys, so again, you can see behind me here the Yorktown. Visibility's down. If you can see beyond that, I don't know if you can, but that's the Ravenel Bridge. That's what takes us from Mount Pleasant into Charleston, which now we can finally see a little bit across the marina here, which is where we're standing, starting to come back into light as this latest band is pushed on through. So that is what we are dealing with. Rainy night, maybe another 1 to 2 inches total. Sure, could we get an isolating flood part of this? It's a possibility. It's a possibility. All right, Alex Wallace is in Fayetteville, North Carolina. This is, of course, another place, Alex, as you know, that is no stranger to flooding. So we're going to have to watch where these bands set up, right? They set up for a few hours, and we talked about this the other morning when you were on the air.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically a wait and see situation. Where do the bands set up? Right now, I've been watching the radar, and just to our south in Lumberton, about a 40-minute drive or so to our south, that is where we're seeing some of the heavier rain, Lumberton, and then back down towards the Florence area. As they say, just south of Lumberton, back down and over towards Florence. That's where a heavier band has set up. Does that begin to move and nudge its way up into our neck of the woods? That is what we'll be waiting to see. That is in the forecast, though, for us as we work our way through the rest of tonight and into tomorrow. We've been here all day long, and the rain essentially has been kind of what we're finding right now, light to just under moderate when it comes to the rainfall in terms of those rates. So it hasn't been all that heavy. I mean, yesterday we picked up less than an inch of rain. Today, it's been less than a quarter of an inch, so we haven't seen a whole lot, and we don't want that to let you sort of let your guard down on what is to come. We talked about how this system, this tropical storm, it was going to be a marathon and taking forever, moving at a snail's pace, turtle's pace. And that's exactly what is happening out there. And now we're going to start to get into the heavier rain tonight and into tomorrow. And then all that water begins to gather and collect in the rivers and the streams. And like you see here behind me, this is the Cape Fear River here. And right now, moving at a nice steady pace, nothing too crazy here for us, sitting right around 14 feet, but is expected to rise to just under 48 feet. That happens, me standing here is not going to happen. So that just goes to show you what is yet to come, at least in the forecast here for us. And of course, we got a chance to speak to the mayor earlier about what his concern with and what he thinks residents should be doing as we head through tonight.
We're asking them to make sure that you stay aware, that you are prepared just in case there's a loss of power, or that you're in a situation that you can sustain yourself with food, water, batteries, the normal things. We ask if you know that you're in a vulnerable area, or some of our seniors or more vulnerable populations, we encourage you to go to our shelters. They're open, they're free of charge, and we will assist you in the transportation to and from. But main thing is stay safe, use common sense, don't try to drive through standing water, and stay away from down power lines.
No doubt, great advice there from the mayor. We appreciate him chatting with us there. And again, that's what we have to watch out for. Chris, as we send it back to you there in the studio, is as we work through tonight, that is when we get into the heaviest opportunities for that heavier rain.
All right, Alex Wallace, thank you for that. Now to the very latest on Debby, and here is what we know at this hour. President Biden approved emergency declarations for Florida, Georgia, South, and North Carolina. In North Carolina, the National Guard activated more than 350 soldiers and airmen. And in Colton County, South Carolina, emergency officials say the McGrady Dam is holding for now. A code red alert is in effect as precaution for residents. And we know flooding can cause extensive damage. If you'd like to help, you can join the Weather Channel supporting the American Red Cross. You can donate by calling the number on your screen, and your disaster relief gift will help those people who have been upended by hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and countless other emergencies, Jackie. So very important. And yet we don't know all of the different types of emergencies and disasters that are still possible with Debby just in the next hours or days.
Right, but folks need to start getting ready. If you live in the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast, there's some areas there that have flooded recently already, and now we've got more rain that's going to be moving in. So summer storms drenching this area last night from Pennsylvania to New York State, New Jersey. We had drivers that were stranded and flood-covered roads, and we're expecting the chance for flooding again as Debby's moisture tracks into the region. So let's first of all show you where the saturated soils are. And there are parts of this region that are under drought where it would be welcome. Northern parts of Virginia, Western Maryland in particular, could certainly use some rainfall. But we've had a little too much with flash flooding last night in Philadelphia, into the Bronx area of New York City, and also into parts of New York State. We've had a little too much rain. So Debby's going to get lifted by an upper level trough or a cold front. It's actually going to combine with that cold front as that moves into the Northeast. But notice the latest track really brings it more into the interior. So my greatest concern for some of that flooding is going to be parts of the Appalachians and then areas east of there. Here's a look at the latest timing. Notice scattered showers and thunderstorms already tomorrow in places like Washington, D.C. and into Baltimore. But by Friday morning, this thing's really going to start to pick up some forward speed. We'll get that extra lift because of the mountains, and that can enhance the rainfall totals. Anywhere east of the center would be a location where banding features could set up and bring some heavy training thunderstorms, but also a threat of tornadoes. But look at this, by 5 o'clock Saturday morning, this thing's pretty much out there. So the greater risk for you into the Northeast now comes Friday morning into Saturday morning. Places like Scranton, into Syracuse, Albany, Burlington, that's already been dealing with flooding already this year and the last couple of months. Those are areas that are going to be most susceptible, and we'll keep an eye on the urban areas as well along I-95. Now remember, stay tuned to the Weather Channel on your smart TV, where you can see complete coverage on Tropical Storm Debby. We'll have the latest radars there available for you, along with the latest watches and warnings. Taking you live right now to Surf City, North Carolina, living up to its namesake. Look at that surf there. Very rough surf and ocean conditions here. High risk of rip currents and, of course, the heavy rainfall bringing that threat of flooding. And Myrtle Beach, South Carolina here. You can see people on the boardwalk in there despite some of that rainfall. Got some gusty conditions and the rain coming down. Everything very soggy here. We'll be right back.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is
amazing.
Porque sé que me prefieres. Baby, toda la semana, pero vámonos a party los weekends. Yo sé que tengo todo lo que quieres.
When your bedroom has everything you need, it's okay to give everything else a rest. Welcome to the Good Night Club. Find your dream bedroom at IKEA.
Who can solve this equation? Ooh! Me. Anyone else? Fine. Jake from State Farm. Again.
Right. It's the personal price plan theorem. If you bundle your home and auto, that can equal an affordable price just for you.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Consumer Reports conducts over 50 tests to determine the best vehicles. And only one brand was named the 2024 Best Mainstream Automotive Brand, Subaru. With 8 vehicles that are recommended models: Outback, Ascent, Legacy, Impreza, WRX, BRZ, and 2024 top picks, Crosstrek and Forester. Safe, reliable, trusted, loved. Subaru.
Get 2.9% APR for 72 months on a new Subaru Outback during the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now.
To help save for our home, we stopped going on trips and giving each other expensive gifts. We handmade them instead. That one took me 3 weeks. Getting pre-qualified for a home loan was easier. It only took like 3 minutes. Fox scarf.
Oh!
Whether you're doing it yourself or hiring a pro, today, let's paint. Exclusively at the Home Depot.
Guess I won't be making my famous burgers.
I bet this is a microstorm.
What's a microstorm?
I don't actually know.
This is the mark of a fighter. A rich, full-flavored lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit. You've earned this, so hold it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
One way to avoid expensive car repair bills is to be a race car driver. The other is endurance. You could never pay for covered car repairs again.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
As a certified mechanic, I always recommend that my customers have an auto protection plan. You never know when a breakdown can strike, and you need coverage that you can count on.
Without Endurance, breakdowns can cost thousands. With Endurance, you're covered. Even better, you pick the mechanic you trust.
Endurance covers nearly every car on the road, up to 20 years old.
They cover a ton on the car.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Act now for $300 off any plan. Plus a full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, and a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Call 1-855-942-6188.
Now for a free quote.
of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
Welcome back into Storm Center. Meteorologist Chris Bruin here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We've moved inland to kind of get pre-positioned in advance of inland flooding. That is going to be our biggest threat here across this part of the state. We're talking anywhere between 5 and 8 inches of rain. It hasn't really arrived yet, though. We've had a few showers today. Most of the afternoon, though, has been dry. It actually feels nice. We've got cloudy skies. We're right outside the North Carolina state capitol. There's the flag flying. A light breeze and temperatures in the upper 70s. So this is a nice break from all the heat we've had this summer. But the big issues here are flooding. And remember, July has been very wet. We've seen over 10 inches since the beginning of July to now, and that's over 5 to 6 inches above average. So rivers are already running high. If we get 5 to 8 inches of rain, especially if it comes in a very short period of time, it's going to cause dramatic rises on those rivers that could cause some extensive flooding. Of course, low-lying streets, those usual spots that take on water, those are expected to flood. The radar showing you a few sprinkles to our south, but so far, I think the rush hour is going to be okay tonight. The worst of the rain comes overnight and then throughout the day tomorrow. So once we get through tomorrow, I think we will see improvements, but the bulk of the rain is going to fall tonight through tomorrow night. So we've got to see how that unfolds. As we've seen further south into places like the Charleston metro area, there's lots of reports of flooding earlier in the week. We had a break yesterday, Jim. Mount Pleasant is where you are right now. Rain picking up and winds also increasing.
Yeah, and we're closer to the circulation as well, but the good news is the rain's increasing, then it goes away, okay? We get enough of a break to allow it to kind of drain on out and filter out of this area. But trust me, we don't need any more rain. We've had over a foot of rain. Some spots have had 14, even 17 inches of rain. And I'm telling you right now, the key to Charleston and these 0 water rescues that we had in the city, which is amazing, was that curfew. There's no question about it. It's absolutely the truth. All right, so what if you're a boat owner? All right, let's talk to my good friend Andrew here, who happened to have to do a little work, make sure the bilge was working, right?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Which is huge. So, I mean, how did you, you heard about the storm, you knew it was coming this way. How did you start preparing for it?
So Patriots did a really good job of notifying all the owners in the area, and I think the city does a really good job of telling you you need to get it out of the water or you need to get it off the lifts. And one of the big problems we have is if you don't get it off the lifts, and the wind shear will pick up the boat and it can move it. So anybody who was on a lift, any smaller boats, need to get them in the water, tie them down really well, and just make sure your bilges are
So why? Yeah, this is interesting because I'm looking out here at all these different lifts that the boats are on. Why is that? Why do you put the boats on the lifts?
So just to get them out of the water. So when it's dry, get them out of the water. You don't want the salt water to corrode the bottom of the boat, but you'll notice.
Oh, so because it goes down, the tide goes down that much?
Oh, it does go, yeah.
Oh,
but you'll notice that these are almost all empty. All the lifts are empty because, again, they did a good job of telling us to get off the lifts, get them into the water, or dry stack them, get them out of the water altogether. So,
and as you were doing all this and prep and everything, what was your biggest concern?
Biggest concern was the rain. The wind was somewhat of a concern
because you knew we were talking about 20, 30 inches at the initial.
At the initial, we were worried about the 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, but the biggest one was the rain and the amount that it would come in the big buckets. And so, if your bilge pumps fail and you get that much rain, then you have a problem on your hands.
So if it wasn't ugly like it is with Debbie, what would be like a typical day? Let's say you decided in the morning, hey, I want to go out and boat. I want to go out and we want to go out and take a trip. Grab the family, and how would that go down?
Yeah, so my daughter Sophie and Addie and my wife Sarah, we'd take the boat out and just either go up the Wando, to the Cooper, the Ashley. There's some beautiful spots out here to go shark tooth hunting, and it's just, again, it's a beautiful, beautiful city to get out and just enjoy the city. So we'd go out and enjoy it. We'd probably be out there right now and just kicking around, but now just making sure everything is okay and then head back home.
It's like a full-time job. So you came in, how far from this marina?
I'm just a couple miles away, and
great.
we were over at Sullivan's and IOP earlier just checking on clients' houses just to make sure they were okay, and it seemed to be holding up pretty well.
So you know what, that's a good, why don't you give us a little brief here, because we've been in Charleston and over on the Battery. Now we've come across the Ravenel. What's it like over here? Was the flooding worse? Did you guys have, when was your worst time?
We've been over to Isle of Palms and Sullivan's a couple of times in the last couple of days, and there's definitely some standing water. So don't drive through it. Be careful. You'll notice there's a pretty good police presence out there that are watching, making sure that people aren't going into streets that you shouldn't be going into.
Is it barricaded? Because, I mean, one of the things I think that helped, Charleston is a lot of the roads that flood, that they barricaded even before the flood.
Yeah. One of the great things about the islands is because the way they're positioned, once the tide goes back out, the water goes back out. So for the most part, it does fairly well. But yes, I think the police presence was really good. And for the most part, the owners and the residents understand not to drive through and to stay away from it. So
I think you guys are pretty a well-oiled machine over here. I mean, do you think it's happened because of the flooding in the past?
Absolutely. I think people realize when your cars get flooded, when your cars get turned over, when you're in a bad spot, just not to do it. So yeah.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Angela, we appreciate it. Best of luck with everything. Again, guys, our continuing coverage of Debby as it continues to prepare for its second landfall tonight.
Geico can help cover cars, homes, motorcycles, and even accordions.
You sure showed him.
You bet your pickled peppers I did.
Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Once upon a time, there was an infinity, meticulously crafted to stir your imagination and dare you to dream. Luxurious three-row dreams. Introducing the all-new three-row Infinity QX80.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
I need help with their snoring.
Sleep Number does that.
Thank you.
During our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Shop now at a Sleep Number store near you.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, 2 months free. All with the same fast, reliable, nationwide coverage as Big Wireless. Make the switch today. Call, go online, or visit a store near you. That's 2 times the savings and our best deal of the year.
When things go sideways, will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, fumes, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com. You'll get a solar panel included free, double the capacity, expandable for more power, and more outlets than ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. You can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night. You can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people who've experienced the relief and health benefits from getting a great night's sleep and get Relaxium Sleep.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-414-0354. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-414-0354.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. Because it's the things you make that show what you're made of. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
And welcome back into our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Debby. 60 miles an hour. That's pretty impressive here for the day, especially with something void of an inner core. You know, that's the thing that usually allows the system to strengthen. And certainly if it was very well established, we could have had something that had a chance to rapidly intensify. But that's not the case. We still have the rain bands, though, whether you be on the east side or north side, which is where North Carolina is getting impacted now, or the west side, which is how South Carolina is getting it. All right, we're getting the wraparound now, and we talked about that this morning, how all the rain would come around from the northern side. And some of that banding, because this thing is moving so slow, has been in the same spots. So in Orangeburg County, for example, some flash flood warnings around the Holly Mills area. We understand for a moment of time anyway, the town had some flooding there, 6 to 12 inches high in some cases on the roads. We don't know if that was still going on because that was about 3:20 is when that report came in. And a lot of times with flooding, you get heavy rain, the flood comes up, then it stops raining, the flood gets a chance to go down. And that's usually how it works around here in pretty good fashion. Again, great job by Charleston and the mayor talking about how we are going into curfew on Sunday night. I think that saved us in a big, big way here. We had zero water rescues. From vehicles, which is absolutely awesome. All the parking garages were utilized, and even to a point where they're saying, hey, look, you know what? If you want to wait till Friday, they're free until Friday, okay? And opened up the city again at 7:30 this morning. That's when the curfew in the city of Charleston was lifted. Again, we're over here at Mount Pleasant, so we're on the other side of the Cooper. There's the USS Yorktown behind me here, just a beautiful sight. The Ravenel behind that, and the marina, as we just heard from Andrew, coming out, checking on his boat and make sure everything's okay. Certainly, if you're a boat owner, you know that's after a storm, you got to do that. Regardless if you think you tied it down enough, sometimes the wind and the wave action has a whole different story in mind. All right, let's go back to the studios, talk to Jackie Jarris a little bit about this. Jackie, when do you think we're going to get this second landfall here?
It could happen later tonight, but probably, well, people are sleeping tonight is kind of what I'm thinking. And landfall's a good thing because then we'll watch this thing weaken once again, and we'd like to see this pick up some forward speed. I'm sure folks there are sick of the gray and the rain, but really impressive, Jim, I think, that there were no water rescues. Wow.
Right? Isn't that fantastic?
Messaging works,
It's about the pre-planning.
Yeah.
It's about the pre-planning. Yes, it really works. Yes.
All right. So hopefully folks down the line and north of you are going to listen to those pieces of advice also. Want to take a live look right now, Oak Island, North Carolina, where we can see the double red flags here are blowing in the gusty winds. Now, double red flag means the beach is closed, right? It means don't go in the water. Right now, multiple alerts are in effect, including a tornado watch, a tropical storm warning, and a flood watch. Earlier today, North Carolina's Governor Roy Cooper reminded drivers to avoid taking the unnecessary risk of navigating through floodwaters.
Never drive through flooded roads or around barricades. It only takes 6 inches of fast-moving flood water to knock over an adult and just 12 inches to carry away most cars. Now is not the time to see if your car floats, because it doesn't.
All right, flooding still remains a possibility in some of these areas, Chris. I know folks are getting impatient and wanting to get out, but hang on, because that backside is going to be coming in.
It is. We talked about after the first landfall that it wasn't over. Right now, after the second landfall, the threats are still not going to be over, with more heavy rain being really the big part of the story. As Jackie just mentioned, expecting the center of the storm to go overland once again here later on tonight or during the overnight hours, and you can see it is expected to be overland by early tomorrow morning, if not before, and then picking up steam here as the weekend approaches. But it's going to be this zone through here where we do have crews set up to report what is still to come, and what is still to come is a lot of this. The yellow, orange, and red on the radar is that moderate to heavy or even very heavy rainfall, and that will remain one of the big concerns here in South and North Carolina. You can see all through here flash flood warnings, where flash flooding is either ongoing right now or it's about to happen. Radar indicating enough rain for flash flooding here. This right along Highway 76 and south near Whiteville here in North Carolina. Also all through here, we're seeing the radar estimating 3 to 5 and even 5 to 8 inches of rain trying to drain in to a lot of the same creeks and streams. Likely will cause more flooding and overwhelming some of the drainage systems here. So the past 48 hours, we've seen a lot of rain, also seeing a lot of wind as well. A lot to get to here on the Weather Channel. Stay with us as we track Debby.
Get hot and steamy with DiGiorno's limited edition Deadpool pizzas. You'll love them. Or else.
What are we doing?
It's not delivery. It's Deadpool. Sorry, it's DiGiorno. It's Deadpool and DiGiorno.
Stuck at the DMV, and I think I'm late on my car insurance.
Good thing the General gives you a break with flexible payment options.
Let's get you a break while you wait.
What is this place?
This is our DMVIP.
Vending machine charcuterie.
Ooh.
For a great low rate, go with the General.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling in RA and PSA, relieve fatigue, and stop further joint damage. And in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
AbbVie could help you save.
Whether you're doing it yourself or hiring a pro, today, let's paint. Exclusively at the Home Depot.
Any idea who keeps doing that?
Nope.
Oh. Oil-based with the all-weather enamel. Excellent choice.
Soda Stream is here and we're pushing good. Fizz water like you should. Add any flavors you like. Enjoy all day and night. Always fresh taste. That's the way it should be. With Soda Stream, it's fun to mix it fresh. You will see. Now push. Replace plastic with ease. Yeah, you can do it too. Soda Stream makes it fresh and perfect for you. Now push. It's fun to push it good.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer attacks and relieve your asthma symptoms. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions may occur and can be serious. Rash or eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tespire today.
It's really been all about the water when it comes to Tropical Storm Debby, whether that's storm surge on the coast or some of the flooding from the heavy downpours. Welcome back to Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We've also had severe weather with Tropical Storm Debby. Here's video of a tornado that touched down in North Carolina near the Pender-Sampson County line. This is right along and near Highway 421 just this afternoon, and you can really see that funnel there. This is one of several tornadoes that have been spawned by Debby. In fact, the National Weather Service out of Charleston has now confirmed at least 4 tornadoes from Monday alone. Want to bring in meteorologist Chris Warren right now. He is tracking the latest with the conditions. We do have a tornado watch, so we do have that threat ongoing, but flooding is going to be, I think, the most widespread concern still going forward.
And there's an area right now we're watching, don't like right now, the way things are setting up. Yesterday wasn't looking quite like this, right? Now we're seeing a little bit more of a wider area of heavy rain, and that heavy rain is moderate to heavy over several counties. I'll show you that here in just a moment in more detail. But first, let's start with what's happening right now. 60 mile per hour, still tropical storm. This is as of the 5 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. It's moving to the north-northeast at 3 miles an hour. Not moving very fast, slow moving. So this business right there on the northern side of it, there's a lot of rain ongoing right now. And at that slow movement, you can just imagine there's all that rain. If all of that is only moving at 3 miles an hour, it's going to be raining over some of the same areas for a long time, and that does remain one of the big concerns here. And just looking at this big swath right here, and there's more offshore that's coming in and around, while at the same time, again, this whole thing with the storm will be moving to the north, but not moving very fast. And you're looking here at several counties. You can just kind of see all of the different counties within that. So you're looking at widespread areas getting heavy rain. So it's a lot of water all trying to get down into the drainage systems, whether they're city drainage systems or natural drainage systems. A lot of water going in, can back up in a hurry here. Columbus County with the flash flood warning. Here's some of the rain over the past couple of days. Saturated ground, more rain on top of that. Just makes it that much easier for flood. And then when the airflow is like this, the winds are pushing some of the water up some of the streams. It's a little bit harder for that water to drain out, especially at high tide. So that combination of some surge, even though it doesn't look like huge numbers, 1 to 3 feet in these low-lying areas and at high tide can make a big difference when you combine, Jackie, some of that very heavy rain. This all comes down to local terrain, where the heaviest of rain is setting up, which drainage basins. There's a lot going on in this, and we'll be guiding you through it, minute by minute.
And it's going to keep battering on those dunes and causing a lot of erosion issues for sure. I want to talk a little bit more about some of the flooding rain now that's heading into parts of the Northeast, because Debby's eventually going to pick up some forward speed. This shows you some of the flooding that actually happened last night across New York City. You can see the high water rushing against the door of this city bus as it plowed through some of the flooded streets. So you never want to have a flood event before a tropical system is going to be coming through. But the latest track of Debby is actually keeping the flood risk a little farther away from the I-95, at least for now. So because of the forward speed, hopefully that will minimize any kind of flood impacts for some of the big cities like Philly and New York that have been flooding. But I wouldn't let my guard down for sure. Flood watches have been extended now farther to the north. And notice this is through much of Virginia into western Maryland and on up into central parts of Pennsylvania, and these are very hilly areas, so terrain is going to be a big player, enhancing that lift, squeezing out additional moisture, and likely becoming the focus of where more of the flooding is going to be down the line. So those flood alerts go into effect tomorrow through your Friday. Friday into Saturday, we'll be going looking at areas more like New York State, up towards Syracuse, Albany, and yes, into Vermont, that's had recent flooding. In fact, a couple of times already this year in the Burlington areas. Unfortunately, you folks may be vulnerable here by the end of the week. So timing this out, fairly dry here in the next day or so leading up to it, but not rain free. But here comes the big burst of rainfall by Friday morning across the panhandles of West Virginia into western Maryland, hitting Washington, D.C. and Baltimore by Friday morning, and then moving very quickly by Friday night already, way up into the Adirondacks and into the Green and the White Mountains. We will continue to have live coverage in the field from our team of meteorologists.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Amazing.
At Oscar Mayer, we smoke our bacon for 12 long hours. Keep it Oscar.
Introducing Glimmier Gloss for a perfect...
Yep. We're still smoking that bacon.
1, 2, seal, ziplock and a move. 3, 4, slide and store. 5, 6, toss and mix. 7, 8, let it shake.
The only bag with the Easy Guide seal. Ziploc. Unlock life. S.C. Johnson.
My name's Jorge Gaviria, and this is my business, Hacienda. We bring heirloom corn products from Mexico to every kitchen. I chose my Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because I earn unlimited 2% cash back on everything I buy. With no preset spending limit, my purchasing power adapts to meet my business needs. And I reinvest my 2% cash back to help grow our business with new products, like our tabletop masa mill. My Spark card helps me fulfill my mission of bringing masa to the masses. What's in your wallet?
Another reason to be a good driver is saving money.
Yeah, the Drive Safe and Save app can help make your car insurance more affordable.
Yes, Toby.
What's insurance? Bundle and save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Choice Hotels is a family of brands with a hotel for any traveler you want to be. Like #1 Chef Dad cooking up a free hot breakfast for the entire family at a comfort hotel.
Mom made this.
I added the garnish.
Stay twice and get a $50 gift card when you book direct.
Certain he'll fit?
Sure.
Are you for imprint certain?
Certainty matters. When you need certain promo gear, you can be certain 4 Imprints got it. Quality apparel? Got it. Drinkware? Got it. Bags? High-tech? Outdoor? Got it, got it, got it. So go get it at 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
It's important to know that you're staying safe at home. Visiting Angels is committed to your safety and comfort. Our compassionate caregivers provide one-on-one essential home care services for our senior loved ones. At Visiting Angels, personal home care is our passion. We're here for you.
Join us in celebrating 25 years of personal home care.
This hurricane season, America's most trusted news network is putting your safety first with minute-by-minute coverage.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Receive instant information from our team of meteorologists and landfall cams that bring you every angle on our TV app. This hurricane season, protecting America only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back into our continuing live coverage here of a tropical storm Debby. You're looking live at the North Carolina state flag. That's right there on the State House in front of the skyline here in downtown Raleigh. A light breeze. It feels great tonight. A nice break from the heat. Almost feels a little fall-like. Not as humid as what we were dealing with at the coast, but that moisture certainly coming in the lower and middle part of the atmosphere. That's all thanks to Debby as the moisture heads inland over the next couple of days. Really, for Raleigh, we're looking at a tonight through tomorrow night and then Friday afternoon time frame from the bulk of the heaviest rainfall. And then it finally gets a move on up towards the mid-Atlantic and eventually northeast as we head into Friday and Saturday. And by then we should be over and done with. But there's a lot of rain that is going to unfold between now and then. And there will be significant areas of flooding, we think, in inland spots. A high risk has spread much farther north now, and we're getting away from the coastline to get into some of those areas that are at huge risks for flash flooding. And that is what we're looking at there. Take a look from tomorrow through Friday morning, areas just to the west of Raleigh, down through Wilmington, and then up here through Fayetteville, and even there into Greensboro, Winston-Salem. How about Virginia, Roanoke? You're even in that high risk for flooding. Remember, as you go up in elevation, you enhance that runoff and things can escalate even more quickly. That is going to be a threat, and notice it getting up into the mid-Atlantic even as we head into Friday and then Saturday. This area has been very wet. Now, there are areas of drought, so this will bring some beneficial rains, but we're just getting tropical rains, which means we're going to get a lot in a short period of time. For Raleigh proper, the latest forecast calling anywhere between 5 and 10 inches of rain. Some areas just south of here could be hit even harder. While we haven't had much rain today, that hasn't been the case farther south. Steady showers have been impacting places like Fayetteville, North Carolina. That's where we want to go now with our meteorologist, Alex Wallace. He's standing by. Alex, can you walk us through what you've seen? I remember driving through just a few hours ago, and there was a steady burst of rain. It seems like it's been raining ever since.
Yeah, Chris, that's the thing. It's been that type of situation throughout the day. You get a burst like that, like to kind of just under moderate rain, and then you get nothing like what we've got right now, just under those cloudy skies. But you look at that radar, and the concern is what's happening just 2 hours south now. As you get down towards a spot like Lumberton, we're starting to see some of the more steadier rains coming in there. Lumberton back down over towards Florence. They're in that zone right now, kind of the sweet spot of some of the heaviest rains associated with Debby right now. Does that begin to nudge northbound here into Fayetteville? That is the concern. And in the forecast, that is what is expected to happen here for us. We could see that as we work our way through the rest of tonight and heading into tomorrow. That's where we could see and pick up those inches of rain, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe even 9 inches of rainfall. That is the concern, not what we've seen, but what is yet to still come. So we don't want people letting their guard down because we haven't seen a ton of rain. Between yesterday and today, it's been right around an inch of rain. So not a whole lot has really fallen over the last couple of days, but what is to come. And so all that rain that eventually starts to come on in, it eventually falls, fills up those streams, the creeks, and the rivers, like what we've got here behind me. That's the Cape Fear River right now, which is sitting right under 14 feet, or right around 14, right around that level. But it's expected to climb even higher than that. Forecast crest now is just under 48 feet. So it still has a ways to go. And I can tell you, having been here just 6 years ago with Hurricane Florence, that level got up to 61 feet. We're not expecting that. But even at that 48-foot level where I'm standing, I wouldn't be standing. It just would not be possible. So this level the river has a ways to go, and we're certainly going to be keeping an eye on that. In fact, the mayor also concerned with the rivers and streams.
Last time it was the streams and the creeks. We survived the rainfall itself, and then the aftermath came the creeks and river flooding. And so we're looking at this. This is a slow-moving storm, as you know, and it's going to put a lot of rain down, and we want to make sure that our creeks and rivers are prepared to absorb that. We've did some proactive things in the past after the last storms with cleaning out our riverbeds and our storm drain systems and trying to increase the size of that. But we're certainly monitoring these rivers and creeks.
Monitoring for sure, no doubt about it, because this river, which right now, the Cape Fear, moving at a kind of lazy pace, it's going to pick up speed, and we're going to be watching again that level get quite high as we head on into Saturday when that crest is expected to happen. That's the thing when it comes to these rivers and the flooding. It's not something that happens quickly, like a flash flood. Yeah, flash flood happens in a flash. The river flooding takes time. So we're talking Saturday when that crest is expected to happen. So it's Wednesday right now. It's going to take time for this river to climb. So we're going to be watching this very, very closely, no doubt about it, as we head through tonight and into tomorrow when that heavy rain, that burst of heavy rain, is anticipated here in Fayetteville. More coverage on Debby next.
Geico can help when you're locked out with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Dad, you don't have to make this so tough on yourself. Geico is sending someone to unlock our car right now.
Yeah, but where's the fun of that?
Whatever you need, get more with Geico.
Here are your keys.
Finding what you need, okay? Mm-hmm. Come with me.
Get what you need from someone who gets it.
Print, come on, print. Out of ink again. I did it for my homework.
You're still printing with these? Don't get cartridged. Switch to the cartridge-free Epson EcoTank. No more spending big bucks on tiny, expensive cartridges.
EcoTank comes with up to 2 years of ink. That's enough to print up to 5,000 pages. Switch to EcoTank and save up to $100. Visit EpsonEcoTank.com today to switch and save.
Just fill it, Joe!
Whether you're doing it yourself or hiring a pro, today, let's paint. Exclusively at the Home Depot.
Did you know it's possible to have a heart attack at age 36? I did it. Here's a tip. If you smoke, it's totally possible. That's what happened to me.
You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW.
NexGard Plus helps you protect your dog from fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, and more. All in one delicious monthly soft chew. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. NexGard Plus, the one you want for one-and-done protection.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
While other sauces rush, we take it slow. Simmering sweet Italian tomatoes in open kettles. Slow is good. Unless you're being chased by a bear. Rayo's homemade. Make every day delicious.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, 2 months free. All with the same fast, reliable, nationwide coverage as Big Wireless. Make the switch today. Call, go online, or visit a store near you. That's 2 times the savings and our best deal of the year.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Celebrate over a century of Omaha steaks with 50% off site-wide, plus our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. And right now, you'll save an extra $30 when you use promo code CELEBRATE at checkout. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today.
Mom, I'd like a notebook that inspires me to chase my dream of being like a Jedi. Pretty good, huh?
Right now, millions getting ready for Tropical Storm Debby's second landfall. In just hours, the storm will re-enter the U.S. via the South Carolina coast and bring even more flooding rain from the southeast all the way to the northeast.
We have a team of meteorologists to see there monitoring Debby's impacts, and we'll bring you live coverage throughout the night.
This is Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren.
And I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We're going to get to our team of meteorologists in just a moment, but first we want to get the latest with what's happening on the radar with where Debby is now. Chris?
And right now, Debby, the center of it just offshore, but the main business of it, all of the heavy rain is moving onshore right now in both South and North Carolina, seeing some heavy rain. But as of the 5 o'clock advisory, it is still crawling along at 3 miles an hour, and it's heading to the north-northeast, so it's heading in the direction of South Carolina. That's the center, but you can see some of the heaviest rain circling it, and then even some of the outer parts of it also producing some rain that is heavy at times. These green outlined areas here, here, and here, those are flash flood warnings. That is where flash flooding is either happening right now or it's about to happen. Just south of Interstate 20 here in South Carolina, Clarendon, Lee, and Sumter counties. And south of there has been already a lot of rain in the past couple of days. Radar estimating that 3 to 5, even 5 to 8 plus inches of rain. Even more than that down here to the west of Charleston and even around Charleston. Right now, we're seeing some of the winds pushing some of the water and making things a little bit rough there at the immediate coast, with some of the winds that are pushing into the shoreline, 28-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But then to the west of Charleston, seeing some of the wind gusts still pretty strong, but moving offshore. So it does make a difference which way the wind does blow, because the wind pushing the water into the shore will help increase that surge. Surge amounts looking to be, the potential anyways, around a foot, maybe as much as 2 to 3 in some places. Still going very slow through tomorrow afternoon, not really picking up speed until later on Friday. Friday through the day is when it should really start to get picked up and head into the northeast. But still, with all of the moisture associated with it, Jackie, still looking at the potential for some flooding heading up in the mid-Atlantic and northeast.
Yeah, this could really pick up tonight in some of these areas that have already been hit hard. Want to bring in meteorologist Jim Cantore. He's in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, very near Charleston, basically Charleston there. But Jim, the rain's really been picking up there on the east side. And I'm also starting to see some flood reports in Isle of Palm, very close to where you are.
Yeah, Isle of Palms. We've got back to Colleton, which is one of the worst hit areas to our southwest. Remember, we were worried about the dam yesterday. Orangeburg, that's another area that was hit pretty hard. But let me show you, I mean, just a quick look at the radar here, and you can see it's not only that western band that Jackie and Chris were talking about that goes all the way up into North Carolina, but there's a couple of these bands that are coming around the backside of the circulation center. And they're, you know, pretty much what are getting us right now with not only rain, but wind. I mean, we're occasionally gusting here to about 30 miles per hour. Let's see, the airport gusting to 21.43 inches. And this is the heaviest rain that we had all day. So a little moisture has gotten into that circulation center. It's not deep. The inner core never got its act totally back together, thank God. But we still have a, 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm. All right, let's talk about this area here. We're at the marina, not too far from Patriots Point. John Smith. He is the, I guess, marina master.
Dock master.
The dock master, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about this. I mean, you really have to watch the tides here.
Yes, the tides and the rain. We, logistically, we moved all the boats originally with the winds predicted out of the southeast, and of course it's turning around now with these bands. So
right.
Moving all the boats off the south end, we're constantly walking the docks, checking villages, stopping boats in case they are filling up with water, and then we'll be throughout the night adjusting lines, making sure that lines aren't getting loose with the wind switching. So it's kind of an all-day.
So Sunday and Monday, it's kind of all about the rain, really, and there wasn't a lot of wind, but now we got the wind. We're close to the circulation center. It's kind of coming right down the river.
That's correct, yeah. So as we, the north end of the marina, we weren't concerned originally with it, but as this wind has switched around, we'll focus on that side, and we've moved all the boats off the T-heads, our extension walls, so the wind is a big factor with this rain, of course.
So how hard is it to, retie the lines or change the position, once that wind comes up? Is it you have to do it beforehand, or
So we do it throughout the day. We're walking these docks every two hours, and some of these vessels are over 65 feet and weigh a good bit. So it usually takes 2 or 3 guys, but yeah, my arms are pretty tired right now. So.
Oh, so you've been doing this all day. And what about, some people that aren't watching the tides as well as you do every day? They're trying to come back in, and all of a sudden they realize, uh-oh, we're too late.
Yeah, so with the tide,
are they sitting out there till the water comes up, essentially, right?
Yes, we were smart enough. I mean, we take storms serious here. So anything that was going to be shallow, we put on the interior side of the marina where it's just deeper water and kind of condensed everything right there. Also, with the vessel sizes, it's logistical chess game because you can't put boats just anywhere. You got to make sure that the beam of them is not going to exceed the slip. So it's been kind of a chess game all day for us.
Well, John, go get yourself a beverage or something, especially with these arms over. But we still got tonight to go, and tomorrow this thing's got to come ashore again. All right, guys, speaking of coming ashore, as it comes ashore, these bands of rain are going to be moving up. They're going to move into Alex Wallace territory. They're going to move into Chris Bruin territory, who is in Raleigh right now. And, Chris, at least with parts of North Carolina and Virginia, we've got a little room to play, right? Because we've had drought conditions that were just horrific in June. We never really got a super break from that. And at least we have a lot more room to play than, let's say, when the storm gets into Pennsylvania again, New Jersey, and New England.
Yeah, that's true. Some areas, particularly in the Shenandoah Valley, were running moderate and even extreme drought, so they can use the maybe excess rainfall a little bit more than other areas. Raleigh has seen nearly 5 inches above average since it's been July 1st, right? July has been super wet here, particularly in eastern North Carolina. We've had, several weeks where we were under flash flood warnings just because of that heavy, steady rain. So the ground here is saturated. In fact, we've been here this evening. We noticed the mosquitoes a little bit more than what you would necessarily expect, even in the heart of downtown, just because of how damp everything is. It makes for great scenery, though. Everything's lush and green. Take a look around me. We've got cloudy skies, a light breeze. There is a very light band of rain just off to our east that's slowly working its way in. We'll see when it gets in here. I'm feeling a few drops of rain at the moment, but nothing that's really wet or heavy at all. We'll slowly start to pick up that rainfall this evening, and certainly overnight tonight. I think that's when the real moisture gets into places like Raleigh. So the morning commute tomorrow could be a problem. It's about 80 degrees. There are gusts upwards of 20 miles per hour here in the Raleigh area. Mostly east winds around 10 miles per hour sustained. We've seen about 1/4 of an inch to 1/3 of an inch of rain so far today. Manageable, right? No big issues. Tonight, tomorrow is really when things start to go downhill. Watch the future radar. I want to show you the rain out there right now. There's that city band that's been over Fayetteville. That's headed up to Raleigh here this evening. It's pretty light. Heavier, more persistent, even constant rainfall pushes in by the morning. There's 5 p.m. We also may get some of those more intense squalls. So those could have some stronger gusts with them, and we could have some minor power outages. But all in all, this is really a flood threat for the Raleigh metro area, really across the Piedmont and North Carolina, moving into central and western Virginia. A flash flood risk is really our highest concern. High risk of flash flooding, that's not something you see every day. And remember, flash flooding is most likely on these kind of days and causes over 85% of the damage on those high risk flood days. So while the rain is slowly creeping in here in Raleigh, it's been raining for much of the afternoon in Fayetteville. I know they're keeping an eye on the Lumber River, Alex, as well as the Cape Fear River. How high is that river right now where you are standing?
Yeah, Chris, that is the question, right? How high will it get? Well, right now, it's just right around 14 feet or so. 14 feet, moving at a pretty lazy pace. Nothing crazy at this moment, but is expected to get much, much higher than that with the rainfall that's expected as we work our way on into tonight and into tomorrow as well. I want to bring in Captain Craig Hensel here from AWOL, a fishing charter stationed here in Fayetteville, and you're no doubt familiar with this area. What's your concern as we work our way through tonight and into tomorrow?
So tonight and tomorrow, obviously, it's going to be the concerns of the citizens and everybody in the community. Nobody's really knowing exactly what's going on. So, I mean, the water could come up 30 foot. It could come up to 40 foot. We've seen it as high as up to this bridge right here during Hurricane Florence and Matthew. So the biggest thing is heed those warnings that the emergency officials give you. If they tell you to get out of there, get out of there. Don't stay in there. In the past, we've had to go out, myself and many other volunteers have gone out and helped with water rescues and getting those people out of their homes during these floods. So definitely just the concerns of the citizens. Make sure that everybody just does what they're told. If you need to get out, get out. There's places you can go.
Because that prevents you from having to go out and rescue. It prevents
me. It prevents, the rescuers. Somebody's going to come get you, obviously, but you don't want to put somebody else's life in danger if you don't have to. So if they tell you to leave, just get out of there.
Now, I know you're certainly familiar with the rivers, the streams, and the creeks around here. Give us a sense of the lay of the land and how everything kind of feeds together.
So you've got two major bodies of water that feed us, actually three. You've got the Hall River north of here, about an hour from where we're standing, is going to be the Hall River. That feeds in the Jordan Lake, which is an apex area of North Carolina. You've got the Deep River that comes in right around the Moncure area. So there's two major river systems that feed this. And right around the Hall River and Deep River come together at Mermaid Point, starts the Cape Fear River. And that runs from, like I said, around Moncure, Pittsboro area, all the way down to Wilmington, North Carolina, which is approximately 191 miles of river. So that's a lot of water.
The bottom line, right? There's just a lot of water, and you bring additional rainfall into that, it's just going to fill up here.
Well, if you think about it too, you know, you've got, say they're calling for 7 to 10 inches here, and the storm moves north, northeast, northwest, whichever way it goes. Nobody knows. You can throw spaghetti at a board, and that may be where it's going. So let's say we get 7 to 10 inches of rain. Up north of us, they also get 7 to 10 inches of rain. So what's that mean? All of that comes south. Water flows south, right? So all that water is going to come down here also, and the water could get extremely higher than what they're predicting. So the gauges right now, I think they're calling for a projection of 45 to 47 feet, but it's a lie in wait.
No doubt. Well, Captain Craig, we certainly appreciate you chatting with us. Absolutely. Hopefully you don't have to get out there and do any kind of rescuing. That's right. But where we are right now, we more than likely will not be able to stand if we can see those levels that are forecast right now. So yes, it's quiet now. There's no rain, but Chris, the forecast calling for the rain to really kick in earnest tonight into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's on the way, Alex. We can certainly see that on the radar. Now we want to get to the very latest on Debby. Here's what we know at this hour. President Biden approved emergency declarations for Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. Meanwhile, North Carolina has activated more than 350 National Guard members, and we're just learning that over the last 24 hours, Tropical Storm Debby has spawned at least 4 tornadoes across South Carolina. This is new video here of some of the damage in Berkeley County. We know flooding can cause extensive damage. If you would like to help, you can join the Weather Channel in supporting the American Red Cross. You can donate by calling the number on your screen, and your disaster relief gift will help people whose lives have been upended by hurricanes, floods, tornadoes, wildfires, and countless other emergencies. Jackie.
All right, well, we could have more flooding down the line in places that haven't had any rain yet from Tropical Storm Debby. So we're talking to folks in the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. Summer storms already drenched this area last night from Pennsylvania to New York City, even parts of New Jersey. Drivers were stranded in flood-covered roads. We're expecting flooding in the area in the coming days as Debby tracks up towards the north. So our soil is pretty saturated in some of these spots. Other areas certainly need the rain. So let's show you some of these inland issues that we have going forward beyond North and South Carolina. We're talking about parts of Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, through Pennsylvania, New York State, and yes, even New England likely to be impacted by this. And we had that flooding in New York up towards the Bronx last night. We had that flooding last night in Philadelphia. So we really don't need any more rainfall. But this is the direction that Debby's going to be heading. And it's going to move inland probably overnight tonight. And then it's going to get picked up by this trough. And it will accelerate in forward speed and combine with the cold front. And that's going to focus a lot of moisture across the region. Tropical moisture. So interaction with terrain is going to be a big player, I think, out of all of this. And throughout parts of the Appalachians is where we could see some of the heaviest rainfall because we get what we call that orographic lift. Now, let's time this out later on as we head into tonight and tomorrow. We're likely to get some pre-rain, if you will, kind of the pre-game across D.C., Baltimore, into southern Jersey, into parts of Delaware. But then we'll start to see the emergence more from Debby, and that could bring very heavy rain into western Maryland. That's one part of the country, by the way, that's in drought that could use the rain. But look how quickly this picks up in forward speed. There may be some banding associated with that. That's where the tropical tornado threat's going to come in, and training that could happen in places like New York City and Long Island, where you had flooding last night as well. By Saturday morning, this thing is mostly out of here, but we'll see some lingering impacts potentially still in northern parts of New England. Now, remember, make sure you stay tuned to the Weather Channel on your smart TV, where you can see complete coverage on Tropical Storm Debby. We've got the latest radars, as well as the latest watches and warnings. Let's take you live right now to Surf City, North Carolina. Things are looking rough. Look at that. It looks like the wave action is actually coming up on the boardwalk in that area on that pier. My goodness. Big waves here. You got to stay out of the water, whether that's inland where we've had flooding. I saw a video of gators that were in the floodwaters inland, so watch out for that. Myrtle Beach looking dreary right now.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
That's amazing.
At Oscar Mayer, we smoke our bacon for 12 long hours. Keep it Oscar.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Sleep Number does that. Your ideal firmness and effortless comfort all night.
Can it help us sleep better and better?
Please.
Sleep Number does that. 9 out of 10 couples report better sleep. During our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus 0% interest for 24 months. Shop now at a Sleep Number store near you.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Not so fast. The general's coming with you.
Mom!
He gave us a break on our car insurance, and he'll look after you, too.
Yep, with flexible payment options.
Okay, but why is Shaq coming too?
To show you how it's done.
For a great low rate, go with the General.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
Upset stomach? Iberogast. Indigestion? Iberogast. Bloating? Iberogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Iberogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Iberogast.
I graduated from Southern New Hampshire University. I always said I would go back to school when I had time. I went on our website, I spoke to an admissions counselor. We applied right then and there.
That's when the journey really begins.
Going through the program, having the support that I had really helped me understand what I can accomplish.
And I learned this just by taking classes at night while working a full-time job.
The resources at SNHU are incredible.
I think if I was back at the beginning, I would choose SNHU all over again.
Watch the Weather Channel for ongoing coverage of Debby. Get trusted updates only on the Weather Channel and the Weather Channel TV app.
If your car's out of warranty, your next breakdown could cost thousands, unless you have Endurance.
There was an issue with my air conditioner.
I had a seat sensor that went out.
There was a problem with the cooling system. Broken axle.
Potentially a $4,000 repair.
It's like $5,000.
A little over $1,100.
$1,400. Endurance paid it.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
Just 2 claims saved us over $1,700.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 1-833-440-4179. Call now.
Hundreds of millions of lives impacted.
This is a dangerous hurricane.
Tens of thousands of live reports where the weather is happening.
Yeah, this is extreme.
Thousands of storms forecasted. 40 years of storytelling. 22 specialized and advanced field degrees. 7 innovative weather presentation patents. And a former National Hurricane Center director. One trusted best-in-class expert team. America's most trusted news network. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here of Tropical Storm Debby. We're not only keeping things monitored along the coast, but well inland, where inland flooding not only a possibility, but a high risk going into tomorrow and Friday, particularly here in the Piedmont, North Carolina, up into Virginia. So this is going to have far-reaching impacts now that it's finally going to be starting to move again and get on up the eastern seaboard by the time we head into the weekend. But a lot of people are going to be impacted here over the next few days, including a city like Raleigh, North Carolina. We've been above average in rainfall since the beginning of July. June was rather dry. In fact, we saw drought increase in a big way, a flash drought early in the summer with the hot days and dry weather for weeks on end. But then we made up those deficits very quickly, and we've seen nearly a foot of rain since July 1st. That's before Debby even arrives, and we could see another 5 to 10 inches of rain over the next 2 days here in Raleigh and across much of central North Carolina. That band of rain we just been tracking is just now coming in. You can see the dark skies. Breezes have picked up here in downtown Raleigh. Rush hour went off smoothly, though, so no big issues there. It's very light rain for the moment, and I think that's what we'll see. It may pick up a little bit here over the next hour or so, but really the heavy rain's going to arrive late tonight and into the morning hours tomorrow. That's when we expect the worst conditions here in Raleigh, and that will linger through most of the day. If we get it in spurts and have some lulls in the activity, that would be key. But if we get 4 or 5 inches of rain in a 2-3 hour time span, that's where we're going to run into problems, and that's what we're going to be monitoring here very closely. You know, that kind of rainfall can cause huge spikes on the area rivers, and a lot of those river basins fall down towards the coast, and that's something we'll be monitoring in the days ahead. I want to get down to the coast of South Carolina, just outside Charleston and Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. That's where we find meteorologist Jim Cantori. And Jim, you know, like you said, we had a lot of flooding initially early in the week in Charleston, but a lot of that has receded with the lull we had most of the day yesterday, so that really helped us.
Yeah, it did it because the lull happened also during low tide. So the tides, Chris, actually act like their own pump here, because they're going out, they're going down, they're actually pulling water through the drain. But that can't help the rain that is falling right now. Let's bring in Billy Staley. He was the Emergency Services Division Director for Orangeburg County. And Billy, earlier about 3:20 or so, we had some reports coming in of some of the smaller towns there flooding. Can you update us on that? Is that still the case, or have you gotten enough of a break in the rain?
We've gotten a significant break in with the rain, and the flooding is receded in a lot of areas in our communities along the Holly Hill, Utahville area, Santee area. A lot of that water is receding, and we still got a huge potential for flash flooding overnight with these showers as they come through.
Yeah, this thing's still slow moving to the north, and the bands are wrapping around to the north and west. So what type of flooding are we talking about? I mean, if you could describe, what was it, just 6 inches, part of the road flooded, or was it like up to buildings and coming into businesses and homes?
It was coming into a few of the businesses on the street line, but it was maybe 6 inches or so of water on the highway, ponding on the roads, mainly stuff like that. Nothing major or significant flooding.
So like for us here in Mount Pleasant and Charleston, we're getting the rain, comes down a little heavy, then we get a break. Yours has been more persistent during the afternoon, but now you're saying you're getting out of that a little bit, you're getting some breaks?
Sure, we're getting some breaks up here now, and that's being significant to us because it's allowing the water to recede before we get another storm cell come through.
Do you know where some of the worst areas are in the county? Your neighboring county, I think, is Colleton. They've got issues on US 17. That's where they've actually had the most rain out of this entire event.
Correct. Right now, most of our flooding is occurring along our rivers to where we have very low areas that are having poor drainage areas around it. That's primarily around the rivers. A little bit in the towns, but mainly nuisance street flooding.
Do you remember the last time, Billy, you guys flooded like this?
Probably about 2018. I can't put a right exact date on it. About 2018.
Yeah, so with Florence. Probably with Florence. That sounds about
Correct.
right. Billy Stelly, thank you very much for talking to us. We really appreciate that, giving us an update. Again, guys, so here we are, Charleston and Mount Pleasant. This is the band that's off to our west. What we're getting here are showers that are associated with the circulation center, which is why we also have the wind today. But that band has been very, very persistent, and they could easily flood again, as could other areas in northern South Carolina and North Carolina as well.
To the right now.
Is the GPS playing the cha-cha slide?
Geico can help when you get a flat tire with their easy app and 24/7 help.
Everybody clap your hands.
Whatever you need, from coverage to service, get more with Geico.
Did you know you can save with GoodRx, even if you have insurance?
I thought my prescription was covered until it wasn't, but GoodRx helps with that.
I work for myself, so I buy my own insurance. And I still check GoodRx.
I'm on Medicare. I check GoodRx because it can beat my copay. Who wouldn't like that?
Even if you have insurance, GoodRx can help you save.
Okay, we'll see you next time.
Another good reason to check GoodRx.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Looking for a smarter way to mop? Try the Swiffer Power Mop. An all-in-one cleaning tool with a 360-degree swivel head that goes places a regular mop just can't. Mop smarter with the Swiffer Power Mop.
Why won't Scout play with us anymore?
He has something called osteoarthritis pain. It's joint pain that hurts him all the time.
Come on, Scout.
Now, there's Librela, the first and only once-monthly injection to control your dog's OA pain. Veterinary professionals administering Librela who are pregnant, trying to conceive, or breastfeeding should take extreme care to avoid self-injection, which can cause allergic reactions like anaphylaxis.
This is the best day of my life! Librela.
At Domino's, we know there's a lot of pressure to tip these days. Everywhere you go, there's a tip screen.
Great set, bro. Now take a look at this screen real quick.
Okay. And do you, Michael, want to answer one more question?
At a time when tipping can feel thankless, Domino's wants to say,
thanks for the tip.
By tipping you back. Tip your Domino's driver $3 or more online and we'll tip you $3 to use on next week's order. Only at Domino's.
What can I see with a telescope from Cedar Lake?
This is your old neighborhood, right?
This is where I grew up.
Check this out. Imagine Little Italy in 1954.
Summarize this.
It starts with an empty prompt.
Oh, there it is.
And the most advanced AI at your fingertips.
My name's Jorge Gaviria, and this is my business, Hacienda. I chose my Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because I earn unlimited 2% cash back on everything I buy. And with no preset spending limit, my purchasing power adapts to my business needs. What's in your wallet?
And our coverage of Debby continues. Tropical storm, 60 miles per hour for those of you that were with us this morning, coming back at 45, and now it's coming back at 60 miles an hour. So this is the most wind we've had here in the Mount Pleasant, Charleston area, which is right across the river, you know, obviously from the city. We kind of moved over, sitting right in front of the USS Yorktown. This is the Patriots Park area here, and we are at the marina. But either way, you know, this wind, even with gusts to like 30, is a problem, because you've had over a foot of water in a lot of these areas. And so think about these roots are just sitting here in this kind of sloshy water sand, and all it takes sometimes is a wind to gust to 30 or so, or be persistent at that speed, and you can blow some things over. Really, what I think is a very huge success story for the city of Charleston. I mean, obviously very flood prone. They can flood very easily. You get a thunderstorm, you get a tide issue. We were worried about freshwater flooding. Okay, that's the rain that comes out of the sky, and the forecast early on, if you remember, 20-30 inches. That's about half a year's worth of rain in 3 days, which is horrific. But the mayor, a great job in instituting a curfew on Sunday night before the rain and the severe weather got here. Now, that's not going to alleviate the flooding, but it's going to alleviate the people getting on the roads. And so there were zero water rescues in the city of Charleston. Huge. This morning, 7:30, the barricades were lifted. They lifted the curfew as well, and the city slowly but surely getting back online. It's going to take a couple of days, but remember, this a lot of this area is just huge vacation territory year-round. People come down here. The food, the scenery, the history, obviously, of Charleston and the Battery playing a big role in that. You can see some history right behind me here in the Yorktown. But the point is it's going to take a minute to get back online. And by the time we get the sun back out and through here, likely by Friday, maybe a little bit tomorrow afternoon, but maybe by Friday, I think we'll be getting a much better situation in through here. So great job by the city of Charleston. It won't always be this good, unfortunately, but, for this case, pre-planning was absolutely our friend. We still got a long way to go with this storm. There is still a lot of flood potential up in North Carolina and Virginia. The good news is there's a little playroom there, because what I mean is there's a drought. But once we get up into Pennsylvania, New Jersey with all this, now you've got an area that's been absolutely saturated.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Christina, let's go back to the studio here and talk to Jackie Jarris about what she thinks.
Yeah, I think that the storm's going to be accelerating too, Jim, and that's going to really help, hopefully reduce. That's going to
help us out a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit in some of these areas. But still, the backside of this thing, I was just looking at some of the short-term models, and it is bringing back some heavier downpours later on tonight and into tomorrow, back into Charleston. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for sure. The flood threat not over at this point. Thanks so much, Jim. We've got some new video just in. We want to take a look at that with gusty conditions in Myrtle Beach earlier today. You can see the heavy downpours. Look at those power lines, how they're just swaying. You can see leaves from the trees flying in the air here. And then the ponding of water on the roadways, of course, flooding. The biggest concern still under a flash flood warning in Myrtle Beach right now. South Carolina's Governor Henry McMaster warned residents to brace for what he describes as Debby's second act.
We've been lucky so far. Things have not been as bad as they could have been, although we've had a lot of rain, and it's not nearly over. One way to look at this is if we're in the second act of a 3-act play. After the rains are gone and all that water that has not yet finished coming through the rivers will crest and will be coming through.
So easy to become impatient when you get these lulls in between some of the rain bands, Chris, and you get antsy when it lasts for several days, right?
Yeah, and you just, you're waiting. Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? But you just have to stay vigilant and just be ready and prepared. Let's take a look at what's happening right now with this storm, Tropical Storm Debby, as of the 5 o'clock advisory. Still a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It's only moving at 3 miles an hour, but it is moving in the direction of land towards South Carolina. But it's well ahead of the center right now, where some of the heaviest rain and the most widespread rain is as well. And that's where, and especially right here near Wilmington, with more heavy rain moving in, that flash flood warning likely to hang around for a while with more rain moving in here. And look at this one right here. North of Myrtle Beach in North Carolina, you can see another area of heavy rain going into one spot that already has an existing flash flood warning. And then over here, working around here on the north and northwest side of Debby, flash flood warnings currently in effect. Past 24 hours, we've seen a lot of rain and a lot more still to come. You're watching the Weather Channel.
Everybody hates Beth. She eats all the food she loves and stays slim. Kim starves herself dieting, yet still can't lose weight. Beth is full of energy. Kim always feels tired. Beth has an unfair advantage. She takes Almacet, a breakthrough health and weight loss shake that fixes your metabolism to help you lose weight in a whole new way.
I couldn't lose weight no matter how much I exercise. I tried Almacet. I lost 26 pounds.
The reason you're having trouble losing weight could be a liver clogged with fat that's slowing your metabolism, making it very difficult to lose weight and stubborn belly fat. Almacet is a scientifically proven food supplement that uses natural amino acids and bioactive peptides to help unclog your liver and fix your metabolism so it's easier to lose weight.
My name is Stephanie Phillips Solar, and I'm an Almacet success story. I was able to lose 67 pounds with Almacet in roughly 7 to 8 months.
My weight is down. I feel much more energetic than I have in the past.
Over the course of time, I lost a total of 25 pounds. So thank you, Almacet.
Almacet is all natural, supports healthy blood sugar levels, and it's diabetic friendly. Some weight loss plans have you feel weak and hungry, but Almacet will renew your energy, and you can lose weight and feel great.
Almacet's unique protein can truly absorb in your body and aid with weight loss.
Studies showed Almacet helps you lose double the weight compared to other diets.
The fact is, Almacet works, and I highly recommend it.
Go online now to get started with Almacet for just $34.99. A great value to finally lose weight. We guarantee you can lose weight or you'll get your money back. Be like Beth and get the unfair weight loss advantage with Almacet.
Are you still interested in a solar-powered generator? Because pay special attention, because I'm going to do something that until recently we've never done. I'm going to offer this solar generator with 2 times the power, and if you want, you can even make it expandable. And I'm even giving away a free solar panel and an easy optional payment plan in case you're ready to prepare now but need to break up the financial commitment. That is something I can do today while we have these units in stock. Go to 4patriots.com now.
Always dry scoop before you run.
Listen to me. The hot dog diet got me shredded.
It's time we listen to science. One A Day is formulated with key nutrients to support whole body health. One A Day, science that matters.
When I grow up, I want to be an actor.
So why don't you act like a good sister and get me some more buffalo wings?
On second thought, I want to be a director. Let's try a scene where you go get your own.
Can we get some more lemon pepper wings in this scene?
Ooh, and honey teriyaki too.
Ooh, good note.
Have your people call my people.
Are you crying? No. There's no crying in baseball. Or with the Capital One Venture Card, because it lets you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day. And you can use those miles on any travel purchase. What's in your wallet?
And here we go. Your consumer cellular tower.
I didn't know they built towers.
They don't. Consumer cellular uses the same towers as big wireless, but then passes the savings on to you.
So I get the same fast nationwide coverage if I switch?
Yep. Save your money for something else. Speaking of, I ordered us some Thai food. Thank you. Oh, shoot.
I'll go get it.
Pretty high up here, isn't it? For unlimited talk and text with reliable coverage starting at just $20, call or visit Consumer Cellular.
I'll be honest. By the end of the day, my floors, yeesh. But who has the time to clean? That's why I love my Swiffer WetJet. It's a quick and easy way to get my floors clean. WetJet absorbs and locks grime deep inside. Look at that. Swiffer WetJet.
All of that water will be entrenched in our memory from Tropical Storm Debby. Now, it's also been stirring up severe storms. Take a look at this video. It shows you a tornado touching down in North Carolina near the Pender-Sampson County line near Highway 421 this afternoon. At least 4 other tornadoes have been confirmed now by the National Weather Service out of Charleston, South Carolina. Let's get the latest on what Debby is doing out there right now. And we do have a stronger storm than what we had this time yesterday, Chris.
Yeah, and still have that tornado threat as well. Once again, with Debby, Tropical Storm Debby is a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It is still moving painfully slowly right now up and into the U.S. once again. The center did move offshore while the rain never completely stopped in parts of the southeast. The center did go offshore. You can see right there. It's been hanging out there where it was able to get a little bit stronger, now moving north-northeast at 3 miles an hour, so heading back to South Carolina, while already ahead of it and along with the center of the storm is all this action right there. That is the heavy rain that will continue to threaten with more flash flooding. These green outlined areas, these are all flash flood warnings right now. Some going across Interstate 95 right now, up around 74. And this right here in North Carolina, from Wilmington over to the border with South Carolina, more flash flooding can be expected with what we're seeing right now. Radar indicating flash flooding here between Southport and Wilmington. And look at that. You had some come up, and here comes another bout. That's when things can get really tricky. That's when flooding is going to be more likely. You got really heavy rain, and then a little bit of a pause, but doesn't quite stop. And then more really heavy rain moves in. And through here, radar estimating 3 to 5 inches. The orange area is more in that 5 to 8 inch category. Tornado watches posted here in North Carolina, parts of South Carolina until 11 o'clock. And then the winds associated with Debby are going to be stronger over here on the right side of the storm. In this case, that's the east and northeast side of the storm, going out over water. Don't have much friction, so that air is just free to flow, nothing to drag it down here, with winds gusting at times 30 to even 35 miles an hour. And the wind will help push some of that water and create a surge. Not looking that epic, but still 1 to 2, 1 to 3 foot surge plays a role when water is trying to drain out. So all the complexities with flooding here in the Carolinas will be something we'll be watching here for the hours the next couple of days.
Yeah, Charleston could be a whole lot worse off right now because they've got those winds coming in from the north. But all that water, the fresh water, all that rain is going to cause some flood issues farther to the north, thanks to Debby. And this is all coming on the heels of flooding that's already been happening from a cold front across New York City. You can see the high water rushing against the door of the city bus as it plowed through some of the flooded streets. So we were tracking those warnings last night here on Storm Center in New York. Philadelphia also had some flash flooding. But as Debby moves northward towards the mid-Atlantic and into the northeast, right now my greater concern is going to be mountainous areas, okay, and people that live into the valleys across this region. Flood watches have been extended farther to the north now across Virginia, West Virginia, Western Maryland, and into parts of Pennsylvania, State College, Hagerstown, Roanoke, Richmond, all under these flood watches that start late tomorrow and will continue into your Friday. Now, some of these areas can take on a little bit of water. We've got extreme drought in this region right here, so this is a good thing, but we just don't want too much in a short period of time, and it does look like that's going to be a possibility. But Debby will be accelerating, and so forward speed will be our friend this go around. As we head Friday into Saturday, we'll get a lot of progress in terms of the distance that Debby moves, but you get extra lift because of the mountains, which squeezes out more moisture. And that's why this region in particular is under that risk of flash flooding Friday through Saturday morning, but also parts of New York State, parts of Vermont, have had recent flooding. Urban areas along I-95 need to be alert. And really the biggest risk, I think, in places like Philadelphia, New York, is going to be dependent upon as Debby moves northward. We may see these banding features that could bring repeated rounds of showers and thunderstorms. That's going to be late Friday and into your Saturday. And the weekend is looking much better.
The Lab is presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Who can solve this equation? Ooh! Me. Anyone else? Fine. Jake from State Farm. Again.
All right. It's the personal price plan theorem. If you bundle your home and auto, that can equal an affordable price just for you.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Amazing.
I got a score. Pay attention. What are you doing?
Taking notes.
On a criminal conspiracy. Everybody in New England is after us. Who are you?
They're psychiatrists.
You're underpaid.
Ew.
The Instigators. Rated R.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan cannon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And special financing and low monthly payment options are available. Call or go online now to request your free quote. Power your life with Generac.
At Oscar Mayer, we smoke our bacon for 12 long hours. Keep it Oscar.
Experience an ultra-close shave with a single-edged stainless steel blade.
Yep, we're still smoking that bacon.
Apartments.com has helped millions of renters find their places, and they all have a special place in my heart, which is why I keep a picture of each and every one of them in my wallet. Oh, holy cats. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Are you certain you can fix that?
Yeah, clip here and there.
Are you for imprint certain?
Certainty matters, like the certainty of Lisa, Joshua, Robin, Haley, and Josh. 4 Imprint promo product experts dedicated to working with you, for you, every step of the way. Make certain your logo, your organization, and you shine. That's the certainty of 4imprint.com. 4Imprint, for certain.
We at Visiting Angels want to thank you for welcoming us into your home, no matter where that home may be. The challenge of aging doesn't go away. And for over 25 years, it's been our pleasure providing caregivers that we would have caring for our own mothers and fathers. Visiting Angels, where compassion meets commitment and love is our service.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action. Available now on these platforms. Download now to start your free 7-day trial.
I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin here in Raleigh, North Carolina, as we're watching for heavy rainfall as we go into tomorrow and early Friday morning. Tomorrow morning's commute's going to be rough here in Raleigh, and even though the rain for now is on the lighter side, it's going to pick up in intensity and become a lot more persistent. We had a smooth rush hour for most of the evening, but expect scenes like this as we go into the next several hours. We got a band of light rain starting to work in. You can look down. This is Fayetteville Street, one of the main drags here in downtown Raleigh. You can see people going out to dinner. We've seen some people, coming back from some of the museums or visiting some friends and family. People going on a workout or even getting a run in. So it's busy here for Wednesday evening. People kind of holding their umbrella, dodging inside. The winds when they come, we've got some of the trees moving, but overall it's pretty light, 10, 20 miles per hour. Winds aren't really going to be a big factor here, at least in Raleigh. It's really going to be the rainfall. We're talking anywhere between 5 and 10 inches of rain around the greater Raleigh area, down through places like Fayetteville. In fact, I want to show you the future radar because I want to walk you through the timing for a city like Raleigh. We'll be in and out of the bands this evening. Overnight, they'll become more persistent. We'll also get into some more of those heavier rain bands, and we couldn't even rule out a few stronger storms. In that case, we could get some of those stronger winds to kind of be brought down for a brief period. But there's a look at the forecast. There's Friday morning, and by that point, it's a lot more isolated with the coverage of storms. So it's really a Thursday event, Thursday night, and then we'll start to see big improvements here throughout the day on Friday. High risk for flash flooding is just to our west. We expect the likelihood of flash flooding here in Raleigh, and high risk once you go to our west into places like Greensboro, Winston-Salem. Look at Virginia, Roanoke, you're in that high risk. And remember, when you go up in elevation, you start to get into those higher hills and mountains into western parts of Virginia, you can be dealing with an extreme event if we get a huge surge of rain in a relatively short period of time. That's the problem. This is true tropical moisture working its way into the mid-Atlantic and across the Carolinas, and we're going to get a lot of that 5 to 10 inches here in Raleigh in about a 24-hour ordeal. And especially if it comes in a relatively short period of time, those rivers could escalate very quickly. They're already running relatively high because it's been wet this summer, particularly since the beginning of July. We've seen nearly a foot of rain from now through July 1st. So that puts us almost 6 inches above what you would expect in that season. We did have drought earlier in the summer, but in much of eastern North Carolina, a lot of that drought has been eroded away. There are areas that do need the rain, like in the Shenandoah Valley, and we will see improvements as we bring in that rainfall. But even then, a lot of rain in a short period of time is going to cause problems. We want to talk about the river basins now because I know a lot of rivers like the Cape Fear River in Fayetteville are forecasted to get much higher over the next few days, even into the weekend. Alex, even after the rain's done, we could be dealing with flooding here on the rivers because it takes a while for that all to drain into those larger river basins.
Yeah, Chris, that's the concern, right? It's not something that happens very quickly. So it's easy to kind of let your guard down when it comes to river flooding because it can be days after the rain stops that you finally see the rivers respond. So you mentioned the Cape Fear River. I'm standing right on the banks of the Cape Fear River, right behind me here, which right now is running at a nice lazy pace, situated right now right around 14 feet or so. And that's actually come up a bit here over the last couple of weeks. You mentioned, Chris, there, the fact that we've seen more rain coming into the picture. It's been a dry sort of summer. June was a dry time in the North Carolina. In fact, we were talking about drought setting up. Moderate, and even in some cases we saw some severe droughts setting up. Then we had a bit more rain start to move on in, kind of that second half of July, early August. So now we've made up some ground, kind of erased any kind of drought that we had in place. And so that's where we stand. Things have moistened up. The grounds are a little bit more soggy, a bit more saturated. So now additional rainfall comes into the picture, and that's what we're expecting now when it comes to Tropical Storm Debby. Hasn't been a whole lot of rain the last couple of days. Yeah, we've been dealing with showers here and there, but it hasn't been very heavy, less than 1.5 inches here over the last day. Today, just a trickle is essentially what we've seen. So it's what's to come. The rainfall is expected to come tonight. In fact, I've been looking at the radar, and just to our south, you head down towards a spot like Lumberton, down towards Florence. That's where the heaviest rain is kind of set up right now. That's trying to pivot it and move its way northbound. And when that happens, that's when we start to add the rain tonight, tomorrow, 6, 7, 8 inches of rain, maybe even a bit more. That's the possibility. And all that rain now begins to feed the streams, the creeks, and the rivers like the Cape Fear River here, which again, right now, moving at a slower pace. It's going to pick up in that pace, moving much, much more rapid and getting much higher.
At Oscar Mayer, we smoke our bacon for 12 long hours. Keep it Oscar.
Introducing Glimmier Gloss for a perfect...
Yep, we're still smoking that bacon.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with Aleve. Just one Aleve, 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve, strength to last 12 hours.
Whether you're doing it yourself or hiring a pro, today, let's paint. Exclusively at the Home Depot.
The best things in life come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, 2 months free. All with fast, reliable, nationwide coverage. Make the switch today.
Print, come on, print. Oh, out of ink again. I didn't print my homework.
You're still printing with these? Don't get cartridged. Switch to the cartridge-free Epson EcoTank. No more spending big bucks on tiny, expensive cartridges.
EcoTank comes with up to 2 years of ink. That's enough to print up to 5,000 pages. Switch to EcoTank and save up to $100. Visit EpsonEcoTank.com today to switch and save.
Just fill it, Joe!
And deep breath in.
Did you know that people everywhere are recommending GoodRx?
My doctor told me about GoodRx to help us save money on our meds.
And my daughter told me about it. I take a lot of prescriptions. GoodRx helps me keep up.
My neighbor showed me the app. To help me save on my kids' allergy pills.
Americans everywhere are sharing the savings.
Dropping off a prescription?
Great.
Another good reason to check GoodRx.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Everywhere but the seat. The seat is leather.
Alan, we get it. You love your bike. We do too.
That's why we're America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
But do you have to wedge it into everything?
This reminds me of my bike. Look how the brushstrokes follow the line on the gas tank. I had no idea this was a motorcycle exhibit.
While other sauces rush, we take it slow. Simmering sweet Italian tomatoes in open kettles. Slow is good. Unless you're being chased by a bear. Rayo's homemade. Make every day delicious.
Dangerous weather can happen anytime, anywhere. I'm Ken Graham, Director of the National Weather Service. We work alongside weather providers like the Weather Channel, our partners, to deliver critical weather information to keep you safe.
But complete weather safety starts with you. First, create an emergency plan. Next, practice that plan with your family and friends. And finally, stay alert for weather threats.
When we prepare together,
we can weather any storm.
Did I read this? Did I get eggs? Where are my keys?
Memory and thinking issues keep piling up? It may be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Visit morethannormalaging.com.
Right now, millions getting ready for Tropical Storm Debby's second landfall. In just hours, the storm will re-enter the U.S. via the South Carolina coast and bring even more flooding rain from the southeast all the way to the northeast.
We have a team of meteorologists monitoring Debby's impacts, and we'll bring you live coverage throughout the night.
This is Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren.
And I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. We're going to get to our team of meteorologists in the field in just a moment. But first, Chris is on the radar tonight with a look at where Debby is cranking out some pretty hefty bands right now, Chris.
Yeah, and it's packing some decent winds as well. It is still a tropical storm, a legitimate tropical storm here, 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this storm closer to the center, but outside of the center is where that flooding rain threat has been increasing over the past several hours. As we're tracking Debby here on the Weather Channel, it is only moving at 3 miles an hour, moving in the direction of the north-northeast, which is South Carolina, but already in South Carolina and in North Carolina. That is where some of the heaviest of rain is right now, and you really can get that feel, get that sense this is slow moving. So while you're seeing the rain whipping around the edges, you can think of it as a spinning disc, whether it's like a record or a plate on someone's finger. The plate may be spinning, but the finger may only be moving about 3 miles an hour, right? So there's spinning that might be faster than the actual movement of the whole thing, if you follow me here. So I'm saying that because all of this action, while it looks like it's moving pretty fast like this, the forward movement of the whole thing is not very fast. And that's how things can set up to be, unfortunately, very bad when it comes to flooding, to say it that way. We're looking right now in Wilmington with some of the heavier rain right now in Brunswick and New Hanover counties here. This is in effect until 8:30. We'll see if this continues beyond that with more rain going into the area that already has the flash flood warning in effect. The radar estimating rainfall in the past day, big areas. So you have that 3 to 5 inch range. That's the yellow. And it's one thing to get a little bit of that in one spot. But when you break down all of these individual counties that you have here and just how much of the counties do have a lot of rain in it, right? So that's, big parts, if not whole counties, seeing 3 inches or more. So that's a lot of water trying to get into some of the drainage systems. On top of all that, there's the potential for some of these storms to spin up a tornado. Tornado watch, Storm Prediction Center issuing a tornado watch that's in effect until 11 o'clock. This includes parts of South Carolina all the way up here into North Carolina as well. So Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Jacksonville, Morehead City, New Bern, all in this. Here's that area of low pressure. Closer to the center is where some of the stronger winds are. 31-mile-per-hour gusts, 28 here, 25 here, and even stronger out here. And it's those winds out there, out over the water, that'll push more water toward the shore. And as that happens, we'll get some storm surge. So either around a foot, maybe up to 2 to 3 feet. But another factor there, as the water's going in and fresh water's trying to go out, it can really back things up until the tide goes down and the surge goes down. Jackie.
All right, well, this is not just a coastal storm, that is for sure. And a lot of these inland areas are going to start seeing the water adding up in terms of the rainfall coming up over the next 24 to 36 hours. That includes the forecast for about 1/2 foot of rain for a place like Raleigh, North Carolina. Charlotte's going to get in on this, Greensboro, and some of the worst flooding inland may end up being in parts of Virginia. Well, we want to get the latest of what's going on right now in the forecast in Raleigh. That's where we find meteorologist Chris Bruin. Chris, I see you've got the rain gear on and the rain coming down there behind you. We've already got ponding of water here on the roads.
Yeah, it's not overly heavy. It's just persistent, and we'll likely stay in this band for, an hour or 2 hours or so. We'll get some breaks this evening and later tonight, and then the heavier rains work in tonight into tomorrow. That's really going to be the key timing. All day tomorrow is going to be the worst in a place like Raleigh. And even though we're under that risk of the likelihood of flooding, even high likelihood for parts of the Piedmont of North Carolina into Virginia, not everybody in that zone is going to have, a fair share, are going to be treated equally. There will be areas that get hit very hard. There will be other areas that maybe get a bit of a break, and that's super helpful. But the possibility is anyone in those zones to be prepared for flooding, and that's what you want to be on the lookout for. So I want to show you around a little bit. This is Fayetteville Street, the main drag here. Rush hour went smoothly. We didn't have much rain at all this afternoon here in Raleigh, and I will say this has certainly brought in some much cooler weather. Highs today struggle to hit 80 degrees, and it almost, I dare say, it almost has a little bit of a fall-like feel because of how humid July has been, how hot June was across the southeast coast. So people are certainly taking advantage of the rain. Unlike here in, we're in Raleigh, unlike Myrtle Beach where we were yesterday and the day before, there were a lot of people on vacation that were wanting some of that sunshine and drier air. They weren't getting it, and it was another rough day today at the beaches. I want to walk you through how much rain we could see. 80 degrees right now, visibility down to about 7 miles. So far, we've seen about 1/3 of an inch of rain, and now we're adding to that. So this is only the beginning of what's going to be a 5 to 10-inch event for parts of central and eastern North Carolina. So walking you through later this evening, those bands get more persistent, very heavy as we get into the early morning hours on Thursday. So by 4, 5, 6 a.m., dealing with persistent bands. We could even get some stronger thunderstorms throughout the mid-morning and early afternoon tomorrow. Those could bring in gusts up to 40, even 50, 60 miles per hour for a short period. Not going to be a continuous stretch. We're not going to be dealing with tropical storm conditions here in Raleigh. That will be mainly for the coastal areas, but even there, it's still fairly minimal. So wind issues, not a big threat. It's going to be the rainfall. And there's a look at the latest guidance hinting that area of red up through the I-95 corridor and down I-40. So between Raleigh and Wilmington over to Fayetteville, even getting up into Greensboro, we're talking not only the likelihood, but a high likelihood of flash flooding throughout the day tomorrow into early Friday. And it's not just here in Raleigh. We go south into Fayetteville. That same band you were dealing with, Alex, earlier is now here in Raleigh, and things certainly keeping a close eye on the river there in Fayetteville.
Yeah, Chris, that's going to be the concern. We had, again, brief little shower, and that's been the case here for us for most of the day. Brief showers, intermittent, nothing terribly heavy, though, which kind of gives folks maybe a sense of a false sense of security that things are done. But that's not the case. It's tonight and into tomorrow that the concern of some of the heavier rain starts to move on in. Monitoring the radar, looking just 2 hours south. We're kind of here in Fayetteville, kind of in a bit of a hole in terms of the rain here up towards Dunn, Smithfield. Not much rain going on right now, just a little light drizzle. But boy, you head down towards Lumberton, Florence. Those are some of the areas that are in sort of the core of some of the heaviest rain right now. And that is what is poised and forecast to sneak and work its way northbound into places like Fayetteville and eventually maybe even up towards the Raleigh area as well. And so that is one of the concerns that we have as all that rain comes in, what's going to be happening to some of these streams, the lakes, the streams and the creeks and the rivers. In fact, we talked to the mayor about some of his concerns.
Our low-lying areas, we're making sure that we create barriers to make sure that there's safe passage or that we prevent people from passing into hazardous situations. We're notifying our residents, making sure the communication is high, making sure people take this serious. Certainly we want to preserve life and property, and we need people to follow the directions of the authorities.
Following the directions of the authorities. That's going to be key here for us because, again, if they're asking folks to evacuate, they haven't done that yet. But if they do that, you want to heed that warning and get out when it is appropriate. And, of course, monitor how things are going in terms of these river levels. Right now, this is the Cape Fear River behind me, which situates right now right around 14 feet or so, which, again, is not causing any issues at this moment. But in the forecast here, cresting, and it's going to take some time. This is not something that happens very quickly. The crest is not really expected until Saturday, and right now, just under 48 feet. I will say that that is better news. Now, 48 feet, we would be just under moderate flood stage here, and where I'm standing, I wouldn't be able to. But earlier, the forecast crest was going to be around 55 feet. So we have seen, Chris, the forecast levels of this particular river come down. We can only hope that that will continue to be the case, but we've got to be prepared for some higher levels and possible flooding.
Yeah, absolutely. Very important to be prepared. Absolutely right, Alex. Thank you for that. Now I want to get to the very latest on Debbie. And here's what we know at this hour. President Biden approved emergency declarations for Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. Meanwhile, North Carolina has activated more than 350 National Guard members. And Tropical Storm Debbie has left nearly 20,000 customers without power. At this time, the majority of customers without power are in Florida and North Carolina. And we do know flooding can cause extensive damage. If you'd like to help, you can join the Weather Channel in supporting the American Red Cross. You can donate by calling the number on your screen, and your disaster relief gift will help people whose lives have been upended by hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and countless other disasters, Jackie. We just hope this doesn't turn into an even more of a disaster than what we've already seen with all of the rain and the flooding that's been ongoing.
Right. We've got to watch that backside, because that backside could be sneaky.
And I want to show you some of that new video here showing some of the gusty conditions. This in Holden Beach, North Carolina. And right now, there are many alerts that are in effect for areas that include the tornado threat, the flood threat that we're watching, and coastal areas could see some surge as well. And in some cases, it's the combination of the surge and the fresh water that drivers need to avoid. North Carolina's Governor Roy Cooper reminded drivers to avoid what is absolutely an unnecessary risk of navigating through floodwaters.
Never drive through flooded roads or around barricades. It only takes 6 inches of fast-moving flood water to knock over an adult and just 12 inches to carry away most cars. Now is not the time to see if your car floats, because it doesn't.
And sometimes it's the obvious that we need to be reminded of,
Right?
Jackie. And with a slow-moving system like this, you can only imagine there are people out there going, this is no big deal. Well, at the same time, there are people going, I can't believe how bad the flooding is right now.
Right.
There will be those aspects to it, and it's long-lived. You need to be vigilant in this, of course. Be aware, be prepared.
It's hard when there's breaks in between, right? Because you kind of let your guard down, you think you can get out and everything's going to be fine. But this is going to keep going, and this is going to affect a lot of folks that are going to be down the line. So people in Virginia, people into the Washington, D.C. area, interior parts of the Northeast where we've been flooding.
And on top of that, we've been talking about how slow moving is one of the factors that can make it really bad, right? Because you get the rain lasts longer. Some areas aren't getting a lot of rain, so it might not be as bad for those people. And on the other hand, where it's going to be moving faster, like in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, it's still going to pack a lot of juice that it could still be bad. Fast isn't always good either.
It depends how saturated you are,
There's a lot going on.
Yes. So there's another factor that we have all working towards it. But we've got a setup of moist soils already. We had flooding last night. We were tracking it here on Storm Center last night in the Northeast. So we had summer thunderstorms that drenched some of these areas here last night, from Pennsylvania to New York, New Jersey. Drivers got stranded in flood-covered roads, and we're expecting to see flooding again in the coming days as Debby tracks on up towards the north. Now, notice this is really significant, that shift a little bit more towards the west. So this is our most confident forecast that Debby, once it goes inland overnight tonight, we think that it's going to stay inland. We will not get a third landfall out of this thing. This is not expected to scrape the coast any longer. It's going to be an inland storm. And, you know, Chris was talking about, let's check this out really quick, okay? It is crawling along. So by tomorrow night, basically 24 hours from now, it's only going to be moving a little bit over 100 miles. Look at that. So let's go tomorrow night to Friday night, over 400 miles. And then we're going to go Friday night to Saturday night. I can't even get it, right? It's off the charts. It's, you know, almost 600 plus miles. So you really get the idea that the acceleration is going to be underway. But the ground is saturated, so even a fast-moving storm that brings some squalls could be a problem. Let me explain. Debby's going to get picked up by this trough in the jet stream, okay? It's an upper level disturbance that's digging down, and it's going to meet up with a cold front across the east, and that's going to help to draw that moisture further to the north. So, you know, this won't be a tropical system any longer with time, but it's got the tropical moisture. The mountains are going to complicate things, and that's where we get extra lift, which squeezes out more moisture, which is why we're more concerned about those areas than we are on I-95. And just a quick look at the future radar showing you that we're going to get some showers and thunderstorms, not just tonight, but into tomorrow, into the mid-Atlantic, through your Friday, and then this thing speeds up. There's a look at the possible lines of training thunderstorms that could put New York City, Long Island, and parts of Connecticut into play for flooding. Now remember to stay tuned to the Weather Channel on your smart TV, where you can see complete coverage on Tropical Storm Debby. We've got the latest radars, the latest watches and warnings for you there too. We've got a team of meteorologists along the eastern coast and inland. We're going to continue to bring you live coverage throughout the night tonight. But first, we want to take a quick look at what's going on in Wilmington, where a flash flood warning remains in effect. We've got another one of those bands that's just